last 100 years.
Okay. Well, thank you.
A little lesson on building history. Hope that clears it up for you, Cynthia.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with that project. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY-PIT.
So does stuffy, stale indoor air have you wondering how healthy every breath you're taking is? Well, you can get rid of household contaminants like dust, allergens, and even germs if you've got the right indoor air cleaner.
Yeah, that's right. So to start, you need to understand that there are basically three types of air filters or air cleaners. First of all, there's the good old-fashioned fiberglass flat filter. They're basic. They typically need changing on a monthly basis, and while they capture dust, they don't capture the kinds of contaminants that can make you miserable, like allergens. Next, we have extended media filters, and these use a particle filter and a small electrostatic charge to clean the air, and they do a lot better job than the plain flat filters. But for the best filtration, there are electronic filters. They use an electrical charge to capture particles, kind of like a magnet. They're incredibly effective on small particles, and they perform about 30 times better than flat filters. So think about those filters, those fiberglass filters you're changing once a month. Electronic filters are going to do 30 times a better job than that. And if you've got respiratory issues in your house, that's the kind of filtration system you need.
Yeah, but when it comes to installation, this really is a job that's best left to a pro, because most of these filtration systems need to be built into your existing HVAC system on the return side of the system you have. This way, air is continually cleaned as it's passing through the filter. Now, prices are going to vary depending on the type of filter you go with and its size, but it's well worth the investment, especially if anybody in your home suffers from allergies or any other type of respiratory illness. Not to mention, you're going to be doing a lot less dusting around the house too, which is like a surprise benefit.
You know, it's one of those things that you don't realize how much better it makes life inside the house. You know, people live in homes, they're used to sniffling and sneezing. They think there's nothing you can do about it. They improve their ventilation system, they improve their filtration system, and instantly everybody's feeling a lot better. So think about that. It's a great improvement to make to your home.
All right, now we've got Kurt in North Carolina on the line who's working on a restoration. Tell us about the project.
I've got 2x6 floor joists spanning 15 feet, and I'd like to know if I rip some 3/4-inch plywood and sister it up against the 2x6s and glue and screw it, if that would be sufficient. My crawl space has 6 vents under the floor, and I want to seal them up. I read it doesn't need cross ventilation. It's kind of old school, and I'd put 6 mil poly on the ground. Your thoughts, please.
All right. Well, first of all, in terms of beefing up the floor joists, sistering the floor joists by doubling them, I don't necessarily think I would use plywood on them. I would double them.
Would it be flimsy?
Well, I mean, it may not be flimsy, but the thing is, if you want to sister a floor joist and help support it, you need to go from bearing point to bearing point. So if it's going from a girder to an exterior wall, the sister beam has to go the same length. You know, another thing that you could do, Kurt, is you could run another girder at the midpoint of that 15 feet from end to end. Now, it doesn't necessarily has to be as strong as the main girder for the house, because you're really just taking the flex out of it. So if you poured a small footing underneath it, you know, and just got something in there to kind of stiffen the floor, that would take the bounce out.
Right. Yeah, I thought about that on the main floor, but my second story, I didn't want to, you know, like put a glue lamp in. I only have like 7 feet 5 inches to ceiling height.
I understand. So, you know, doubling them is a solution, as well as using a mid-span girder.
All right, sir. I appreciate the information.
You're welcome, Kurt. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY-PIT.
Thanks so much for stopping by the Money Pit. Coming up, are your squeaky floors driving you a little crazy? Well, we're going to share some solutions to silence those floors next.
You live in a money pit.
There's nothing like ringing in the new year in Baton Rouge. And this year, you can join us in counting down to 2022 at Red Stick Revelry, presented by Bank Plus, Baton Rouge's annual New Year's Eve celebration. Complete with fun activities, music, fireworks, the Red Stick Drop in Town Square, and more. It's time to say hello to 2022 in Louisiana's capital city. Head to visitbatonrouge.com for more information and join us in the new year using hashtag #ExploreBatonRouge.
Streaming only on Peacock, a new original comedy.
Me in a punk band?
We Are Lady Parts.
A confused mix of hash anthems and sour girl power.
You puked all over the front row. Ew.
We Are Lady Parts. All episodes streaming now, only on Peacock.
celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great rates, we gave this song surprisingly great lyrics.
I love that rate on my new ride. State Farm hooked me up and the stars align on both my home and auto policies. I switched and saved, now I feel great. Gonna tell the world I can't wait. Baby, State Farm has the coverage I need.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Robert J. Wright here once again for Two John's Steak and Seafood in Bossier City. What better description than the best of the best? Two John's with steaks, USDA, prime and cooked to perfection. Or no doubt about it, some of the best seafood dishes in Louisiana. Two John's fine dining, unmatched atmosphere, the classiest bar around featuring the area's top musicians, plus a great wine list and your favorite and Two John's signature cocktails. And always remember that Two John's has been selected as one of the top 100 steakhouses in America. Two John's is open Tuesday through Saturday, and they feature lunch on Friday. And reservations are suggested for the weekend. So call 318-841-5646 or plan your special evening online to 2 johnsrestaurant.com. Robert J. Wright here for Two John's Steak and Seafood on Airline Drive in Bossier. No doubt about it, I'll see you there.
Her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
How long does it take to get to the forest?
That's not far.
What are we gonna do? Hike?
Sure.
Are we there yet?
Yep. It's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org, brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
For those fortunate enough to help the person who has always been their hero, find the care guides you need to help at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't miss Moon. Weekdays 9 till 11 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
Welcome back to the Money Pit Home Improvement Show, on air and online at moneypit.com. What are you guys doing? Are you picking up some projects to get done this week? Are you thinking about a project for the new year? We are here to help. The number is 1-888-MONEY-PIT.
Post your questions to the website. You can call, you can write us, whatever you choose. Melanie did that today, and she says, I'm dealing with leaks to my basement. I plan to improve the grade around the outside, but I wondered what type of soil to use.
So that's a great question because, generally when we as homeowners add soil around our house, we're doing it to improve our landscaping, and we are exclusively using topsoil. But when you have a grade that is not sloping away from your foundation, or if it's flat, it's sloping in, you don't want to fill that in with topsoil because topsoil is really organic and it's going to hold water. So what you want to do is you want to add something called clean fill dirt. It's kind of what you see when you dig down a foot or so into the earth, and it doesn't have any organic matter in it. It compacts it really well. So you build up the grade with the fill dirt, and on top of that, once you've established a slope away from the wall, then you can add some topsoil if you want to plant grass, or you can add mulch or stone or whatever. But I will say that before you do that, Melanie, you want to make sure that you do the easier stuff first, and that is look at your gutter system, because most of the time when folks have problems with drainage, it really stems from some problem with the gutter system. So either it's basic, like they're clogged, or it could be that the gutters are designed in such a way that they don't have enough downspouts. Sometimes, especially when I'll see this all the time, like say a two-story colonial, you'll have a gutter on the upper roof, and then it'll go through a downspout and dump to another gutter, like on the garage roof, which is at one story. So now you got like the entire house, it ends up in whatever's coming off the garage roof. That gutter can be completely overflowed, and in that case, it's going to land right around the foundation in the front or the back, and it'll find its way into the basement. So make sure you take care of the gutters first, and then improve the soil slope second.
All right, hopefully that helps you out, Melanie. Now we've got one here from Jamie. Now, Jamie says, I have squeaks coming from my hardwood floors on the second floor. I can't get to the beams on the first floor without going through the ceiling. What's the best way to fix them?
Yeah, squeaky floors can be particularly annoying, unless you've got teenagers, because it always tells you when they're coming home, right?
Seriously.
So here's a couple of things you can do. First of all, the reason that squeaks happen is because there's movement in the floorboards or in the subfloor. And so to stop that movement, you've got to secure better that subfloor, or in your case, the hardwood floor, to the beams. That's why you say you can't get to the beams on the first floor. You actually can. What you want to do is use a stud finder, because the stud finders today are inexpensive and they can actually see 2 or 3 inches into the floor structure. You'll be able to figure out exactly where the floor joists are. And because it's hardwood, you want to make sure you use something that's easily concealable. So I would use what's called a trim screw. It's like a case-hardened drywall screw, except it has a really tiny head, about the size of a finish nail. And you set these to be just below the surface of the hardwood. Use a little colored filler on top of it, and 2 or 3 of those in the area where squeaks are should solidify it and make it nice and quiet.
All right, Jamie, I hope that helps you out. And then when you have teenagers and you want the floor to squeak, we can tell you how to reverse it as well.
You've been listening to the Money Pit Home Improvement Show on this, the very last week of the year, pretty much as we roll into the new year. If there are projects that you are thinking about doing, you're dreaming about doing them, you don't know how to start or where to start, or whether you can afford it, how you can save money getting it done, we will be here to help you every step of the way, as we have for more than 20 years now. We wish you and your family a very happy holiday season. And remember, you can reach out to us 24/7 when those questions pop up or those dreams pop in your head, and we will be happy to get back to you the next time we're in the studio. Until then, I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti.
Remember, you can do it yourself,
but you don't have to do it alone.
Money Pit.
Hey Jimmy, what time is it?
It's a great time to buy a car at Jimmy Granger Ford in Stonewall. Shop our huge inventory at jimmygranger.com, get low rate financing and a lot more for your trade. It's a great time to buy a car at Jimmy Granger Ford, Mansfield Road in Stonewall.
There's nothing like ringing in the new year in Baton Rouge. And this year, you can join us in counting down to 2022 at Red Stick Revelry, presented by Bank Plus, Baton Rouge's annual New Year's Eve celebration. Complete with fun activities, music, fireworks, the Red Stick drop in Town Square, and more. It's time to say hello to 2022 in Louisiana's capital city. Head to visitbatonrouge.com for more information and join us in the new year using hashtag Explore Baton Rouge.
Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KEEL Shreveport, a Town Square media station.
Those cash registers were ringing like mad. I'm Roger Stern, Fox News. Whether you're taking a break from shopping or going for those after Christmas sales, you've been contributing to a gangbuster holiday shopping season.
The National Retail Federation predicts that sales for November and December could be up as much as 11.5% from 2020 and may reach as much as $859 billion for the 2021 holiday season. Analysts say part of the reason for that is people were able to save extra money this year because of expanded unemployment benefits, as well as stimulus checks and child tax credits. Wages were also up. In addition, the pandemic prevented many people from traveling. Well, sales on Black Friday were actually down over the previous years, $8.9 billion, down from $9 billion in 2020.
Fox's Sue Guzman. In South Africa, they're mourning the loss of retired Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who helped lead his nation away from apartheid. He died this weekend at the age of 90.
Bishop Tutu always preached peaceful resistance to apartheid and was instrumental many times in staving off violent confrontation.
Fox's Amy Kellogg. Not only did folks in some parts of California get a white Christmas, they got maybe more than they bargained for.
The snow catching driver Joni Nguyen and his dog Dior off guard.
As you can tell, I'm super cold, but just need a warm jacket and I'll be good.
And this Bay Area native also will need change for his car to get to his final destination in Lake Tahoe. Caltrans requiring change in both directions of I-80, where checkpoints along the interstate led to a miles-long standstill between Nyack and Kingvale.
That's reporter Eton Wallace with Sacramento's Fox 40. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
The White House is still looking for ways to pass the Build Back Better bill. Republicans say it will drive up inflation. The Biden administration says it won't. And Vice President Kamala Harris tells CBS's Face the Nation that she's not giving up on getting it passed.
I think there is, without any question, room for discussion about what actually will be the impact to the economy.
Some skiers in Utah now have plenty of time to warm up in the lodge drinking hot chocolate. They began the weekend stranded while trying to go up a mountain.
More than 150 skiers were left dangling on a ski lift in Utah for nearly 3 hours before being evacuated. Officials at Deer Valley Resort east of Salt Lake City say a mechanical failure on the Carpenter Express chairlift is to blame, adding such problems are extremely rare. In total, 167 people were evacuated from the lift one by one and returned safely to the snow as darkness fell. Resort and rescue workers commending the stranded passengers, saying they were calmer than expected upon being brought back to the ground. Ann Carrick, Fox News.
This is the day Santa gets to rest. And one man from Oregon demonstrated that not even COVID could stop the North Pole gift giver.
It was close, but he made it. The only Santa in Oregon City, Oregon, was out as usual, spreading Christmas cheer. Keith McDonley has been dressing up as Santa for over a decade, standing outside his house, waving at cars, jingling bells, taking pictures with families, and collecting toys to donate to kids in need. But a 62-day stay at a hospital battling COVID-19 left him down but not out. He made it back again, collecting dozens of toys, taking pictures, and waving at hundreds of cars 3 months after being released from the hospital. McDonley saying, quote, "Life can change at a moment's notice. Don't miss the holidays. Celebrate Christmas." Paul Stevens, Fox News.
And I'm Roger Stern, Fox News.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with the low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
Hi, this is Ed Jackson from Jackson Construction. It's always great to get compliments from our customers. And you know, the nicest one of all is when a satisfied Jackson Construction customer tells us how professional and detailed we are. And it's just as great when we hear how timely we are, from estimates to design to completion. So find out how we can work for you. Call Jackson Construction at 318-216-5711 or jacksonconstruction.org. That's jacksonconstruction.org.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Don't miss Moon. Weekdays 9 to 11 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
If your roof starts to leak or your floor's really squeak, you live in a money pit. Money pit.
If your basement needs a pump or your place looks like a dump.
The Money Pit is presented by Green Machine Outdoor Power Equipment, LL Flooring, the official flooring partner of the Money Pit, and Bank of America. Now, here are Tom and Leslie.
Coast to coast and floorboards to shingles, this is the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti.
Here to help you improve your home. Need some tips on the care and feeding of the place you call home, the place you put your feet up every night? Well, that's what we do. We help you take care of it. We help you improve it. We help you make it more comfortable, more efficient. And this time of year, lots of decorating. We help you do that. And pretty soon, we'll tell you how to take it down, which for you, Leslie, is about a 3-week project, I think, because you have so many different holiday decorations up. If we left you alone, you'd leave it up all year long, wouldn't you?
I mean, you know my dream is to keep the Christmas tree up till my birthday and call it a birthday tree, but February 28th doesn't really work for a live tree, and I refuse to go artificial. But that's my dream. Like, I really wish I could just buy another tree come, end of January.
Coming up in today's show, are you in the market for some new furniture, but you don't have a big budget to buy new? Well, if so, upcycling might be for you. We're going to help you get started in today's smart spending tip.
And if you're a renter, did you know that your possessions usually are not covered by your landlord's insurance? Well, we're going to tell you the one thing that you can do to make sure you're covered in the event of a flood, fire, or other disaster.
Plus, the sticking doors cause a little friction around your house. It is an annoying problem that doesn't have to be. We're going to tell you how to make it go away once and for all.
But first, what are you guys planning for the new year? I know we've got a little squeaky bit of time left before we inch into 2022, and hopefully it is a great year full of health and happiness and good fortune for everybody listening and all your friends and family. So whatever it is you are dreaming of in your home, let us help you make it that way. So give us a call anytime at 888-MONEY-PIT.
Plus, if you give us a call on today's show, we're giving away a great tool from our friends at Green Machine. It's the cordless blower, worth $289, going out to one caller drawn at random. It's a great machine. I think it blows air at like 123 miles per hour. So basically, hurricane force blower for you that's cordless, so you don't have to mess with gas or oil. We're going to give one away. If you'd like to win it, you've got to pick up the phone and call us with a question. Don't just call us and say, I'd like to win that great blower. No, you got to have a real question. So call us with those questions at 888-MONEY-PIT. We'll call you back if we're not in the studio the next time we are. And we'll toss your name in the Money Pit hard hat, and you might just win that great product from Green Machine. So let's get to it. Leslie, who's first?
Lori, you've got the Money Pit. How can we help you today?
We have a Chamberlain 1/4 horsepower garage door opener, and it has no remotes. We bought the house as is, so we have no remotes for it. Also, it has a keypad on the outside, which I'm unable to use. So my question was, if I go to Home Depot or Lowe's, would a universal remote work, or do I have to call a garage door company out to sell us a Chamberlain remote and program it?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you get the model number of the Chamberlain garage door opener, which is probably printed on the back of the unit, go to the Chamberlain website and get the owner's manual for the door opener. With that owner's manual, you should be able to program the keypad. It'll tell you the right sequence to do that. And also, you most likely can find out from Chamberlain exactly which remote is designed to work with that unit. Now, Chamberlain's a very good company, and in fact, they have a new technology that's called MyQ. And the cool thing about the MyQ technology is you can actually put this MyQ unit in your garage, and then you'll be able to open and close your garage door with your smartphone. So they're way ahead of the game on this stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, too. Is this one too old to do that?
I think it actually works on every garage door opener that was built after 1996, so it may not be. It might be fine.
Can't remember if it's 96 or 94.
Yeah, it goes back over 10 years.
Good. Okay, this one's about 6 years old.
I think that's how I would proceed. I would not just go buy something and hope it works. I would do the research, and you'll figure it out. Okay, Lori?
Okay, I'll go on their webpage. Thank you for the advice.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY-PIT.
All right, now we've got Mike in Iowa on the line who needs some help insulating a garage. Tell us about it.
Hi, I have a 3.5 or 4, basically a 4-car garage underneath the house. It's a ranch. The trusses, the floor, it has trusses in it, and it's cold in there. It gets cold here in Iowa and stays 35, 45 degrees during the winter, even in the coldest day. And it has batting insulation in it, but it's still cold, and, you know, our bedroom is above it. So I was thinking about putting some insulation in it, either in the drilling the holes and blowing it in, or just doing it around the outside, the outer walls. Or am I just wasting my time trying to do any better?
All right, so the garage ceiling, the walls between the garage and the house should already be insulated. So what you're asking is, can you add additional insulation to the exterior garage walls? Is that correct? Because that would be theoretically the only part of this garage that was not insulated.
Correct. Well, the outer walls are concrete, and so it's basically the ceiling I'm after, because the cold air goes up to the rooms above the garage.
So do you have any, the way the ceiling is configured, it's drywall right now?
Correct.
So there may not be any additional room above that to add additional insulation. Like you mentioned, blown in. If that ceiling was built correctly, there's already insulation there, so you may not be able to add more to that. This might be a situation where you need to improve the heat more than add to the ceiling insulation, because short of building it downward so that you have more depth, I don't see how you're going to add additional insulation if it's already insulated.
Well, there's batting up there. I didn't know if it would do any good to have them blow it in and pack it as tight as they can get it with, that blowing insulation.
No, because insulation doesn't work on being packed as tight as possible. Insulation works on the principle of trapped air. And so if you overpack the insulation, it becomes less effective, not more effective.
Right. All right, well, that tells me I would have wasted my money if I had somebody come out and blow it in.
I know it might not be the answer you want, but at least we didn't have you spending money on something that wasn't going to work, Mike. I hope that does help. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY-PIT.
You are tuned to the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. What are you working on? Well, maybe you're in the market for some new furniture, but you don't have the big budget after the holiday season to buy some new. If that sounds like you, upcycling might be for you.
We're going to tell you how to get started with that project and today's smart spending tip presented by the Bank of America Customized Cash Rewards Credit Card next.
You live in a money pit.
Wow, Leslie, you really nailed it with that last project.
Nailed it? No, I taped it with Total Tape from the original Super Glue Corporation.
Ah, right. You taped it. Got it.
Total Tape is a super strong, double-sided construction adhesive tape that instantly grabs and creates a permanent bond with almost any surface. A single strip of Total Tape can hold up to 14 pounds. It's moisture-resistant, mesh-reinforced, and perfect for hundreds of projects, indoors and out. Get Total Tape on Amazon or in your local hardware store today.
Outdoor concrete projects are quick and easy with Quikrete fast-setting concrete mix in the red bag. It's great for setting fence posts, a mailbox, deck footings, or even a small slab. Quikrete fast-setting concrete in the red bag makes setting posts quick and easy. There's no mixing. Just pour the dry mix into the hole and soak it with water. It sets hard in 20 to 40 minutes. It's that quick and that easy. You'll find Quikrete fast-setting concrete mix at home improvement stores. Look for it in the red bag.
This is a great time of year to add a new floor, and LL Flooring has just launched a new category of flooring that's among the most durable we've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's called Duravana. Duravana is a hybrid resilient flooring that offers all the benefits homeowners need.
It's incredibly scratch and dent resistant, completely waterproof, and it looks like real hardwood, replicating the natural colors, grain, and texture.
Duravana is also easy to install, eco-friendly, and retails for just $3.99 a square foot at LL Flooring stores nationwide and online at llflooring.com. There's nothing like the look of natural stone, but did you know that you can transform surfaces all around your home with real stone? With Dyche Coatings, it's as easy as painting. Dyche Coatings decorative stone finishes can renew your patio, pool deck, garage floor, and even your countertops with lasting beauty and performance, and you can do it yourself. Get Dyche Coatings products online through the Home Depot and Lowe's and start planning your next project today at DycheCoatings.com.
Hey, listen up. Before the weather changes, get new windows in your home and save possibly hundreds on your energy bill. Call the Window Replacement Hotline right now and take advantage of their special savings event. Get your leaky, drafty windows replaced with energy-efficient, beautiful, virtually maintenance-free windows at this year's rock-bottom prices. Our prices are so low, we don't want to scare the competition. The only way to hear about our window savings is to call. Yes, you must call our special toll-free number for the best window replacement prices in town. Get your new windows, patio doors, and more from the Window Replacement Hotline. Get ready for the change in weather. Save on your energy bills. Call right now for tremendous prices on new windows and beautify your home. Call the Window Replacement Hotline now. 800-337-2346. 800-337-2346. 800-337-2346. That's 800-337-2346.
The Money Pit is presented by LL Flooring, the official flooring partner of the Money Pit.
Where home solutions live, this is the Money Pit Home Improvement Show, where we make good homes better. I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti.
And we help you tackle your to-dos with confidence. But the first step is picking up the phone and calling us at 888-MONEY-PIT or posting your questions to moneypit.com.
Pick up the phone and give us a call. We'll give you some confidence to get those projects done. But we're also giving away a great prize this hour to get a lot of projects done around the yard. We've got up for grabs the Green Machine 655 CFM cordless axial blower. Zero gas, totally friendly to use for Mother Earth, battery operated, lots of power, long running time, plus 123 mile per hour winds coming out of this bad boy. It is a fantastic prize. It's worth $289, but it's going out to one lucky Money Pitter coming up.
Give us a call with your questions or post them to moneypit.com.
All right, now we've got Cheryl in Texas on the line who's looking to redo a bathroom and make it more modern with just a shower. How can we help you?
Well, I am the mother of 4 sons, and as they get bigger, they no longer like to get in the bathtub. And
Right.
we find that they are always in my room, in my shower. We're wanting to take out the tub that's in their bathroom and turn it into a shower. My issue is I don't have a lot of space. It's a Hollywood bath, and then the tub and toilet are in a separate little room that you can close off. And the door facing of that little room sits right next to the tub itself. So my question is when I pull that tub out, the plan was to put a shower pan down and tile the area and then put a glass door, either a sliding door on there. Will that be a wide enough space if it's only the width of a standard tub?
Cheryl, I think you definitely can find a shower pan that can fit the width of that tub, sort of elbow to elbow if you're standing in it. I mean, think about it. If you're in the tub, you're taking a shower, right? You got room to the right and to the left of you. So we want a shower pan that essentially is the same size. Now, when it comes to residential prefabricated shower pans, they start at around 24 by 24, so that's 2 foot square. That would be probably, the smallest that you would need, but you might be able to go up even bigger. But a little trick of the trade, if you were to find, for example, that for whatever reason, the way this room is configured, a 24 by 24 would not work, then you should shop for a smaller shower pan, which you will find sold for RVs, recreational vehicles, because they have tiny showers in them, right? And there's a whole host of RV shower pans that are smaller than 24 by 24. I don't think you're going to need it. I think you'll be fine starting there, maybe even going up. But the size of the shower pan is what you want to figure out first, and then you can basically build around that. Okay? Does that make sense?
Sure. That's what I want to do. Okay.
All right, Cheryl. Good luck with that project. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY PIT.
Well, are you in the market for some brand new furniture for the new year, but you're thinking, hey, I really don't have a budget to go ahead and buy new? Well, if so, upcycling might be for you. We've got some ideas on how you can get started in today's Smart Spending Tip presented by the Bank of America Customized Cash Rewards Credit Card.
Yeah, first, let's start with some basics. Now, upcycling is essentially a term that's the opposite of downcycling, which happens to be when you just throw something out. So in between upcycling and downcycling is recycling, which puts waste back into the environment, but in a much more responsible way.
Yeah, and we love upcycling because it provides an opportunity to find useful furniture and other household items, and then add a little creativity and a tiny budget for supplies, and you now have items that have a totally second life in your home or your apartment.
All right, so when you're shopping for a piece to upcycle, here's a few things that you've got to keep in mind. First of all, you want to make sure that the piece you're looking at has good bones. It's structurally sound. It's not going to need a lot of major repairs to be able to use. I mean, a cosmetic update like cleaning, painting, those are easy DIY projects, but if it needs a bigger repair, it just might not be worth it. Now, you can avoid upholstery, you can avoid bedding, because there's really no telling where that upholstered furniture, like the couch or bedding, easy chair, big cushions, where have they been and what might be living inside? Things like bed bugs. I mean,
yuck.
I'm always cautious about sort of picking something up from the street that's upholstered if I like it or the frame seems good, unless it's a neighbor that I know or something. I mean, same thing with secondhand stores, unless I'm totally going to take things apart and recover it. But you can, say if you see a dining chair that just has an upholstered seat or something like that, that's really easy to remove and completely replace, that's totally a great project to upcycle. Otherwise, I would say it's just not worth it.
Yeah, upcycling is definitely a fun and really meaningful way to take an item that's on its way to the trash heap, and just with a little bit of sweat equity, you can totally make it your own. And that's today's Smart Spending Tip, presented by the Bank of America Customized Cash Rewards Credit Card. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding.
Heading out to Massachusetts, we've got Bob on the line who needs some help updating his heating system. What's going on, besides being chilly, I'm assuming?
Would it be cheaper at all to run natural gas versus number 2 fuel oil? I want your professional opinion.
So, Bob, I think that switching from oil to gas is a smart thing to do. Oil prices certainly continue to go up. I think gas is potentially more efficient, and especially since you're going to be replacing your boilers. The new boilers today that run on gas are really, really efficient. In fact, they're so efficient, there's a lot of rebates out there that are available. So I would not have any hesitation about making that switch to gas. If you don't have a gas line to your home yet, generally when you are installing a heating system or a large appliance like that, at least in our part of the country, the gas companies here will run the line into your house, set the meter up at no cost, because you're going to become a customer of theirs. So I think that you would be well served by putting in natural gas. And you'll find also that a lot of the boilers today are what's called condensing boilers, which are the most efficient. In fact, I have a condensing boiler in my house, and it's so efficient. I no longer need a metal vent pipe. All of the exhaust gas from my system goes out of a plastic pipe, and doesn't even have to go up the chimney. It goes out the side of the house, so that I never have to deal with the issue of cleaning anything anymore once it's done this way. So I think a condensing boiler, a gas-fired boiler, would be a good choice.
Heading over to Alabama now, where Mary is trying to remove some old caulk from a bathroom fixture. What's going on?
Hi, I recently was trying to remove the caulk from around my bathtub.
Okay.
And cannot get it removed. I purchased one of the tools at Home Improvement Store, and it is so hard that it won't remove. And I'm worried about scratching the bathtub and the edge if I get a razor blade.
Have you ever used a paint remover to remove layers of paint?
Yes.
Okay, well, just like a paint remover will strip paint, there's a product called a caulk softener. And the caulk softener gets applied to the caulk, and it sort of reliquefies it, softens it up, and makes it a lot easier for you to scrape it out. So you want to apply the caulk softener first. Once it works and softens the caulk, clean it really, really well. The next thing you want to do is take a bleach and a water solution and wipe that seam down really well, because you want to kill any bacteria that's in there. You want to make sure there's no mold spores that are left behind. And the next thing that you want to do is fill the tub with water. We always caulk tubs when they're full of water, and here's why. Because when the caulk dries, the tub sort of comes back up. When you fill the tub with water, it sinks down. When you put the caulk in, let the caulk dry, then let the water out, the tub comes back up and compresses the caulk, and it's not likely to fall out again or pull apart again at the seam, okay? So those are the steps you want to follow. Start with the caulk softener, wipe it down with bleach and water, fill the tub with water, caulk it. When the caulk dries, let the tub water out, and you're good to go.
Okay, can you recommend a good caulk to replace it with?
I would take a look at the DAP products that include Microban. Microban is an additive that stops any mold from growing inside the caulk.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mary. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY-PIT.
All right, we're heading over to Virginia now, where Greg is dealing with a hard water situation. Tell us what's going on at your money pit.
I have a little farmhouse up in Virginia, and very hard water, and was looking at some of the options of how to address that: salt-based, salt-free, reverse osmosis, magnetic, etc., and it's all confusing what's real and what's reasonable from a price standpoint.
All right. So you're on well water, I presume, correct?
Correct.
And have you had the water tested for other contaminants?
When we first bought it, it's safe to drink. We haven't tested it in the last several years, but
Okay. So the first thing I would do is I would have the water tested so that you know exactly what you're dealing with. Because if there's some contaminants in there, that's going to change the type of system that you put in. Now, if the water test reveals that your only problem is hard water, then I would try what you're calling the magnetic option. And there's a product called Easy Water, EASY water.com, that I've had good success with. And what Easy Water does is essentially is installed at the pump, or actually where the water enters the building, and it charges the hard water particles and then gives them a charge so that they don't stick together and they pass through the plumbing system without causing all of the types of issues that are associated with hard water deposits, iron stains, and that sort of thing. And the reason I'd suggest Easy Water is because if you don't like it, they have a money-back guarantee. And they seem to be good people, and I think the science behind it is solid. There's a lot of folks out there that once they saw the success that Easy Water was having, copied or tried to copy the technology. But I think if you go to EASYwater.com, try that product, see what you think. I think you'll be good to go. But again, test first because we want to make sure that there's no other contaminants.
excellent. And it's not a permanent process, so the water downstream, this process reverses itself. But from the time it comes into your house till it's out.
Yeah, from the time it comes in to the time it leaves, that's when it's your responsibility, right?
I agree. Very good.
You are tuned to the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. If you are a renter, you guys, did you know that your possessions are usually not covered by your landlord's insurance? I mean, I remember very clearly my parents telling me when I moved out to college and was like beeping into my dorm room. They were like, hey, got to talk to you about insurance. And I was like, whatever. But you know, that's really something you've got to consider. So we're going to tell you the one thing that you can be doing to make sure that you're covered in the event of a flood, a fire, or other disaster next.
888 Money Pit.
Is your concrete driveway, sidewalk, or patio looking old and worn? Well, time and exposure to the elements can cause concrete to flake, discolor, and just look dull. But now you can easily recap and restore your concrete surfaces with new Quickcrete Recap Concrete Resurfacer at a fraction of the cost of replacing it, and you can do it yourself. Quickcrete Recap will give you a durable new look finish that will last for years. To watch the how-to video for Recap, visit quickcrete.com. That's QUIKRETE.com. Installing a tiled backsplash countertop or shower wall really improves the look and function of a home. It's not a hard job if you have the right materials. That's why I like Simple Mat and Simple Grout by Custom Building Products.
There's no mortar, no mixing, and no mess. Simple Mat is a strong adhesive mat that instantly and permanently bonds tile to your wall. Then immediately grout with pre-mixed Simple Grout, so your project can be completed in one day.
Find Simple Mat and Simple Grout at Home Depot and HomeDepot.com. Learn more at thesimplemat.com.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with the low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. Then a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
Don't miss the limited episode podcast series, Sustainably Speaking, featuring trailblazing leaders discussing how to improve sustainability and address climate change through innovation. Join Joshua Baca from America's Plastic Makers for these vital discussions with policymakers, academics, and industry pioneers about partnerships and policies that support advancements to meet this urgent challenge. Subscribe today, wherever you listen to podcasts.
There's nothing like ringing in the new year in Baton Rouge. And this year, you can join us in counting down to 2022 at Red Stick Revelry, presented by Bank Plus, Baton Rouge's annual New Year's Eve celebration. Complete with fun activities, music, fireworks, the Red Stick Drop in Town Square, and more. It's time to say hello to 2022 in Louisiana's capital city. Head to visitbatonrouge.com for more information and join us in the new year using hashtag ExploreBaton Rouge.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. They asked for a version they could access anywhere, no download necessary. We heard them. And when they asked to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds, we said absolutely. Feedback like this inspired us to build Thinkorswim Web, and it continues to push us. So our entire suite of platforms never stops getting better. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
Thanks to Make-A-Wish, fear is replaced with confidence, and sadness is now joy. Just one wish can give kids and their families hope. The Subaru Share the Love event has helped Make-A-Wish grant the life-changing wishes of more than 2,700 kids with critical illnesses. Share the love with Subaru. Promotion ends January 3rd, 2022, and charity selections must be made by January 15th, 2022. See your local Subaru retailer for details, or visit Subaru.com/share.
Hey, Dr. Phil here. I help people solve difficult and trying personal problems every day on my TV show, but there's one problem that's just got me stumped: childhood hunger. Nearly 16 million children in America struggle with it. That's 1 in 5 kids who may not know where their next meal is coming from, despite the fact that there's more than enough healthy, nutritious food out there to feed them all. Now, I don't know about you, but that is unacceptable to me. Luckily, the Feeding America network of good people is out there collecting surplus food and giving hope to hungry children and their families at local food banks all across the country. But let's face it, they can't do it without your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council. Together, we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan?
Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay. Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Next Thursday, you will be caught in an extreme flash flood.
Disasters don't plan ahead, but you can. Talk to your loved ones about making an emergency plan. Get started today at ready.gov/plan. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
3, 2, 1. Oh no. Which button am I?
When every second counts, you can't wing it.
Guys, a little help up here?
In a home fire, you may have less than 2 minutes to get out. So make a family home fire escape plan. Then practice home fire drills at least twice a year, so everyone knows what to do when they hear. Prepare your family at ready.gov/fire drill. Brought to you by FEMA, the Ad Council, and Make Safe Happen.
Mark Levin, weeknights on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
Can attach a drywall to?
Yeah, I could. I just wasn't sure what to do that with, or if that would help.
Once you frame it in, there's a product called Quiet Rock, and it's a soundproofing drywall. It's sold at Lowe's. It's pretty expensive. I mean, regular drywall's $5 a sheet. Quiet Rock's about $40 a sheet, so it's pretty expensive.
Yeah,
but you don't need a lot.
If she can hear them, they can hear her.
Yeah, but you don't need a lot. You don't need a lot. So if you can frame in that beam and you're sure that's where it's coming from, you may want to think about using Quiet Rocks to actually cover the I-beam, and that should do the trick.
Oh, really? So I wouldn't need to put additional insulation between?
No, insulation doesn't really work as a soundproofing material. It's kind of a misnomer to think that insulation works on a wall. It's cheap, but it really doesn't do much. The Quiet Rock absorbs the vibration of the sound, and I think that's what you need to do.
Okay, great. And the Quiet Rock is just spelled like it sounds?
Yep, Quiet Rock. If you go to Lowe's.com, you could find it right there. And I was able to find it. I needed it for a project. I was able to find it right in my local Lowe's.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, from the cooking to the open flames to the space heater, winter, as it turns out, is the time of year when fire is most likely to break out in your home.
Yeah, prevention is, of course, the first priority, but if a blaze does break out in your space, you want to be sure that you have insurance you need to cover your belongings that are damaged or ruined.
Now, if you have a home, if you own a home, most homeowners' policies will cover this, but if you rent your home, there's a good chance that your belongings are not covered by your landlord's insurance policy, which is why renters need to have their own tenant contents insurance policy.
Yeah, now the greatest thing about contents insurance is that it covers more than just fire damage. Most policies are going to protect your possessions against 16 different causes. I mean, they range from the usual suspects like fire to theft to the unlikely catastrophes like explosions or damages from an aircraft. I mean, both horrible things to think about, but luckily covered.
Yeah, but the best part of renter's insurance is that it can be purchased for as little as $10 a month. It's a very small price to pay for peace of mind. And if you're thinking, my stuff's not worth that much, it is. I mean, when you add up your clothes, your furniture, your phones, your computers, I mean, it doesn't take much to add up to a whole bunch of money. So to spend $100 or so a year on renter's insurance makes a lot of sense. So that's definitely something to look into. I know that every time those in our family have rented places, we have bought that. You can buy it online. You don't need an agent. It's pretty easy to do, and it's definitely worthwhile having.
James in Oregon's on the line and has a question about pocket doors. What's going on at your money pit?
The wife and I had a house built 20 years ago. She designed the house and we had it built. And we had a small mistake. We've got two of the sliding pocket doors on one of our bathrooms. And the pocket doors are beginning to act like they want to hang up. I don't know whether it's a lubrication problem or a mechanical malfunction or maybe just parts wearing out.
You know, James, I feel like a lot of people love the look of barn doors these days, which is basically like a pocket door for the outside of the wall. But barn doors, I feel like, take up a tremendous amount of space because you lose the other section of the wall that once you close the door, that, would have been open to do other things. Pocket doors are great, but I mean, you have to have the space internally in that wall cavity for it. It can't be a load-bearing wall. If it is, you've got to sort of restructure everything. But for the right style house, a pocket door is beautiful.
Yeah, and it sounds like, I love the fact that you designed the house for pocket doors, because they're a lot harder to put in when it's a retrofit, because as you said, Leslie, you've got to double the size of the header essentially, because you have to be able to carry the load for twice the width of the door. Now, in terms of the wear and tear on this, of course I would try the easy stuff first, right? I mean, I would certainly use like a white lithium grease on the rollers that control this, because it may just be that it just needs to be lubricated. But after all these years, if it's starting to fail, usually what you can do to repair this is you need to take the trim off from the outside, and there's usually on one side of the pocket door, because you don't have a full jamb on the side that's open where it slides into, you have kind of a jam that's like maybe if it's a 2x4 wall, you might have like an inch and a half and an inch and a half in the space where the door slides in and out. Typically, if you just take out the jamb on that operable side of the door, you can completely lift that door out of the wall and replace the hardware. And if you have to do any more wall surgery than that, just plan for that, because you can fix it back up again. You could use a slightly wider trim, for example, but you need to look at how it was put in the first place and figure out how to disassemble it. The most important part of that project is with many of my projects, Leslie, I call it the sit and stare. Just stare at the thing for a while, try to figure out how it was put together, and then all of a sudden an idea pops in my brain. Okay, I know what I'm going to do, and you figure it out. But I would do the easy stuff first before you start trying to disassemble the jam.
Thanks so much for stopping by the Money Pit. Give us a call with your home repair, your home improvement question 24/7 right here at 888-MONEY-PIT. Coming up, doors that stick can really be an annoying problem, but it doesn't have to be. We're going to tell you how to make it go away once and for all after this.
You live in a money pit.
Hi, I'm Tom Kreitler, and if you're a professional contractor, remodeler, or custom builder, you're going to want to hear this. We have partnered with LL Flooring to launch a brand new podcast series that's designed to help improve the success of your business. It's called the Pro Files Podcast. It's presented by LL Flooring, and it's all about pros, teaching pros, sharing strategies, and sharing solutions that are going to save you time, increase your profit, and improve your customers' satisfaction. They'll also provide tips and ideas and resources to help you grow your business. I'm going to be talking to and profiling contractors on the show who are veterans who are looking forward to sharing tips and tricks and ideas that are specific and actionable to help make you more successful in your business. I learn a lot talking to these pros, and you're going to learn a lot too, and enjoy the stories when you tune in. Listen and follow the Pro Files Podcast presented by LL Flooring at llflooring.com/pro. That's llflooring.com/pro, or wherever you get your pods.
Time and exposure to the elements can cause concrete to flake and discolor, making your concrete driveway, sidewalk, or patio look old and worn. With Quikrete Recap Resurfacer, you can easily recap and restore your concrete surfaces at a fraction of the cost of replacing it. It's an easy project you can even do yourself. Quikrete Recap will give you a durable new look finish that will last for years. To watch the how-to video for Recap, visit quikrete.com, QUIKRETE.com.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back. 800-870-6217. 800-870-6217. That's 800-870-6217. 800-870-6217.
LL Flooring has been a trusted partner to professionals like us for over 25 years. They're a leader in hard surface flooring with over 400 styles in hardwood, waterproof vinyl, and more.
Their most popular floors are in stock and ready to go. And with floors sourced factory direct, you're always getting the best deal. And now they have extended hours dedicated just to pros, plus in-store appointments so you can get the individual attention you deserve.
LL Flooring has all the tools, accessories, and resources to meet the unique needs of pros and their clients. Visit llflooring.com/pro to get started.
The Money Pit is presented by LL Flooring, the official flooring partner of The Money Pit.
Where home solutions live, this is The Money Pit Home Improvement Show. I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti. Hey, do you need help with a reno, a repair, or a decor project? Well, on the Money Pit podcast, we share tips, ideas, and inspiration to help you avoid the perspiration when it comes to improving your space.
Follow us at moneypit.com/podcast or wherever you get your pods. Hey, if you've got a home improvement question, you can post it at moneypit.com, and if you do, you will qualify for an awesome giveaway we have today from Green Machine. Green Machine is giving away a 655 CFM cordless axial blower. This is an awesome cordless blower. You will find dozens of uses for this. I use mine to clean out my garage all the time when all the little twigs and dirt and stuff blow in from the outside. It's got a turbo button feature that delivers wind speeds up to 123 miles per hour. It needs zero gas, so no harmful fumes. It's got a very powerful 62-volt lithium battery, plus a brushless motor, so you'll always have plenty of power and longer run time, and it's worth $289. If you want to win it, you've got to reach out with your questions. This is open to listeners that call us at 888-MONEYPIT or those that post the questions to moneypit.com.
Clara in Minneapolis, Kansas is on the line with a dryer venting question. How can we help you?
Our dryer is in the basement, is the beginning part of the problem. So when we hook it up to the vent goes straight up.
How far up does it go?
Well, it's probably 8 foot.
Okay.
And then it goes horizontal, probably about 25 feet to the back side of the house, and then that's where the exhaust comes out of the house. Mm-hmm. And we can get part of it cleaned.
Is it a metal exhaust duct or a plastic exhaust duct?
It's a metal.
Okay, good. Perfect. We've got a solution for you. It's called a Gardas Lint Eater, and it's a special brush that fits inside the dryer exhaust ducts, and it's on fiberglass rods. And
so it's flexible.
It's flexible. And so what you do is you start with like 3 foot or 6 foot of the fiberglass rod. You hook it up to a drill, and the drill is what spins it. You run it into the duct, pull it out a couple of times. Then you add another length of fiberglass and another length of fiberglass rod, and so on.
And it's the coolest thing because
yeah, it's fun.
You will be amazed, both, I should say, amazed and disgusted at the amount of lint that is going to come out of your vent the first time you do it.
I imagine.
Just Google it, Lint Eater.
Okay.
Lint, E-A-T-E-R, and you'll find it. It's a really handy tool to have. Once you have one, you can, use it a lot. You can do it from the outside. They've got other attachments that help you get in closer to the dryer and so on, but it's a great product, okay?
Yeah, and you know what? If you don't do it, you really need to be careful because all of that lint is sort of just building up in there, and it could be a fire hazard, so you really do have to get on this.
Yeah, that's what we were concerned about.
And that's actually their website, too. It's linteater.com, so check it out.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right, good luck with that project. Thanks so much for calling us at 888-MONEY PIT. That's such an important thing to do, Leslie, because there's a lot of fires that happen in homes because of dirty dryer exhaust ducts. So
it's funny, I was just noticing, the lint buildup in my driveway again, and I was like, it's time.
It's time again.
To get out there.
Yep.
Well, if you've got a sticking door, it can go one of two ways. Now, you can either put up with it, letting that little annoyance build up over time, or you can resolve to fix it once and for all. I mean, we're advocates of that second approach, so here's what you need to know.
Yeah, first, you should understand why doors stick. Most doors are made of wood, so the best way to understand the sticking door problem is to think of a sponge. When the sponge is dry, it's small, it's compact and hard. But when it gets moist, that sponge swells up to full size and it becomes slightly softer. And that's exactly what happens to your door. As it swells and then dries out, either extreme can cause it to stick. And in fact, I know people where a door sticks in one room in the winter and another room in the summer because it's always moving.
Now, to fix that sticking door, your first task is to find exactly where that stick begins. And you can discover this by slowly opening and closing the door. You want to make note of where that door is in relation to the frame and when it starts to stick. If you want a visual guide, you can use a piece of chalk to color the door where it seems to be sticking. And then by opening and closing that door a couple of times, the chalk mark is going to transfer to the exact point where the sticking door touches the jamb, and then you can easily wipe that off without a trace.
Now, there are really two ways to get that fix done. First, we can call, and by the way, we can call them easy and hard. So first, the easy one is to simply tighten the hinges. Now, if the door opens on the right and sticks towards the top, the most likely culprit may be the opposite hinge on the left. So think of this as a diagonal problem. Upper right, tighten the hinge on the bottom left, and vice versa. If you tighten that hinge or replace that, just one or two of its screws, maybe with the long ones that are long enough to go through the jamb into the framing behind, that can actually pull the door over just enough to free up that sticking area. And the other option is a little more difficult, and that is that you need to sand down the door where it's sticking. What I would do is I would take a piece of chalk and I would color the top of the door with some like white chalk. And then what you can do, color the top of the door jamb where it sticks with white chalk, and then close the door a bunch of times. What you'll do by going through this chalk exercise, you'll transfer the marks from the jamb to the door. You'll know exactly which part of that door panel needs to be sanded down because it'll be covered in the white chalk. I would take the door off of the hinges, and then I would sand carefully that area. I would do it either with a belt sander, I would do it with some rough sandpaper wrapped around a block of wood so it's easy to hold and be stiff and straight so you're not like sort of curving the top of that door. You want it to be straight, and I would sand it down. When you think you've got enough, go ahead and put it back on the hinges. Just take the hinge pins off. It's real easy to do it this way. Pop it back in, close it, and see if it doesn't stick anymore. If it's just barely not sticking, keep sanding because it could swell again. So remember, you want to give yourself a little bit of space there. Then once you're done, you want to paint it. Make sure you're sealing it in because otherwise it will swell more rapidly, and that should be it. You're good to go. No more sticking doors ever again.
You are tuned to the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. What are you guys working on, getting ready for the new year? I mean, every single January, we promise ourselves to start following some good habits, but those intentions often fizzle just a few weeks into the new year. But what if there was a link between self-improvement and home improvement? Whether it's losing weight, getting organized, or making more money, your house can help you keep these New Year's resolutions for your home. We're going to tell you how next.
You live in a money pit.
Streaming only on Peacock, a new original comedy.
Me in a punk band?
We Are Lady Parts.
A confused mix of hash anthems and sour girl power.
You puked all over the front row. Ew.
We Are Lady Parts. All episodes streaming now, only on Peacock.
Sustainability is a critical issue, and on the new Sustainably Speaking podcast, we'll talk with trailblazing leaders who champion solutions to ensure a more sustainable and low-carbon future. Subscribe today and don't miss this limited episode podcast.
Everyone loves shopping online. Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs. Stop searching for coupon codes. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. Plus, it's free, and you don't even need a Capital One card to use it. That's like hitting a hole-in-one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
If it's what people are talking about in Shreveport-Bossier, you can bet they heard us talking about it first. The place for breaking news and trending talk is 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
Can't find a playlist for your unique taste? With 2 different mobile apps, TD Ameritrade makes sure that doesn't happen when you invest. Check out TD Ameritrade Mobile and Thinkorswim Mobile to find the app that's right for you. Member SIPC.
101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
This is Senator Barrow Peacock, and I have to tell you, Robert and Aaron do a great job keeping our local community informed about what's going on not only locally, but also what's in Baton Rouge.
We are Keel. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
Open calendar. What's my schedule looking like?
Next Thursday, you will be caught in an emergency flash flood between Park and First Street.
What? No, that doesn't work. I'm busy then. Decline. Decline.
Floods don't exactly work around your schedule. Disasters don't plan ahead, but you can. It starts with talking to your loved ones about making an emergency plan. So don't wait, communicate. Visit getagameplan.org. Brought to you by the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, FEMA, and the Ad Council.
If I want to know what's going on in the morning in Shreveport and Bossier, I tune in to Robert and Aaron each weekday morning.
Start your day with Robert and Aaron in the morning. Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. When it happens, and what happens next, happens here. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. Mark Levin, weeknights on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
This is the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. Thank you so much for spending this part of your holiday week with us. If you've got questions, you can reach us at 1-888-MONEYPIT or post your questions to moneypit.com.
Alan wrote in saying, I'm re-siding my house and I want to use concrete siding. What's the best type? 4x8 sheets or shiplap?
Well, first off, concrete siding is an awesome choice because it's not an organic siding. And as a result, it lasts a lot longer. It holds paint longer. And it really is just great all around. Now, but aside from using sheets of this stuff or shiplap, which is kind of like a clapboard kind of a thing, but vertical, you can also use shingles. Concrete siding is available in shingles. Take a look at the Hardy Company, the James Hardy Company. I have the Hardy shingles on a garage that was built, 40 years ago. But the house was built like 130 years ago. And the house has cedar shingles. The garage has Hardy shingle, and they look identical to each other from the street. So those Hardy shingles are really terrific. I bought them pre-painted, and that paint has been on all those years, and I haven't had it touched up a bit ever since.
You know, I also have the Hardy shingles. Mine look like beautiful shingles. I mean, the color is fantastic. And I, too, think I put it on, 9 years ago at this point? You could never tell. I mean, they don't wear. There's no chipping paint. I mean, they're lovely. And the house looks fantastic. And I tell you, neighbors are always like, what color is that paint? I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's built in.
Well, if you take on New Year's resolutions every year only to see them fizzle quickly away, Leslie has a few suggestions to let your house help you save money, eat better, and get in shape in today's edition of Leslie's Last Word. Leslie, sounds easier than it probably is. Take it away.
I mean, for sure. You know, making upgrades to your money pit can actually help you meet your goals for health, wealth, and happiness in the new year. With a simple changes, you can expand your space, save money, make your home healthier, make it a better living environment, and yes, actually accomplish some of your own New Year's resolutions in the process. So here's where you begin. Saving money. That seems to be a very common New Year's resolution that's often accompanied by vows to cut back on those daily expenses. So, I mean, you might not even realize how making a few smart choices around the house can help you hold on to more dollars and cents. For example, average deck addition costs about $11,000, but you'll see a return on investment of 82%. Plus, fixing up a tired bathroom delivers a great ROI, and even smaller projects like replacing the garage door, average cost $3,400, can score a 98% ROI. So you're doing home improvements and you're saving money in the process. Now, eating better, everybody wants to eat better, lose weight. So one chance to increase your, likelihood to stick to this new, healthier eating, change your kitchen up. Make it look better. Make it more user-friendly. Give it a facelift. Whatever it is, make it more inviting to be in that kitchen. So you'll want to make more choices and better choices by spending time in there. You don't have to do a lot. You can paint things. You can freshen up the cabinets. Just changing the hardware. Whatever it is, just, fall in love again with that kitchen space. Now, if your goal is to get in shape, lack of maintenance in your home, not keeping your home in shape is the #1 cause of repairs in houses. So take a little time, care for the house. Small maintenance projects can save a lot of dollars later. Look at what you need to do every month. Do those projects in a timely fashion. You're going to find your house stays in good shape. You're going to stay in good shape. You're just going to be in a better mental state of mind, knowing that your house is well and you are well. And remember, Happy New Year, guys.
I carried a lot of bags of concrete this past weekend to do my basement floor, and you see what? I'm in much better shape as a result. I'm also a lot sorer, but I'm in better shape.
My goodness, that is some project too, Tom. Holy moly.
This is the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. Coming up next time on the program, we're going to talk about natural stone surfaces. They are really popular for kitchen and bathroom counters, but to keep them looking as great as they did when the day they were installed, they take a lot of work. We'll share some tips on the very next edition of the Money Pit. I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti.
Remember, you can do it yourself,
but you don't have to do it alone.
You live in a money pit.
News from the classrooms, the hospitals, and the casinos right here on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com.
I asked what kind of family she wanted. She said, a family like yours.
Learn more about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Sean Hannity. He's fresh and finds the stories you can only hear right here. Weekdays 2 to 5 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. KeelNews.com.
What if I could tell you when a tornado was going to strike? Of course, I can't. But shouldn't you be ready anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Breaking news and trending talk. 710 AM. 101.7 FM. KEEL. Shreveport, a Town Square media station.
COVID causing travel headaches. I'm Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News. Thousands of flights have been canceled around the world. Fox's Charles Watson at Atlanta International Airport says United and Delta have led the way on domestic cancellations.
775 flights between Christmas Day and today, in large part due to staffing shortages. Delta saying in a statement, quote, a combination of issues, including but not limited to inclement weather in some areas of the country and the impact of the Omicron variant are driving cancellations and potential delays.
Hundreds of other flights on other airlines have been canceled too. The TSA says they screened 1.7 million people on Christmas Eve, far higher than last year, but down from 2.6 million screened on the same day in 2019. A Russian news agency is reporting that Russia's foreign ministry says it's considering a proposal from NATO to talk on January 12th. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has said they want an immediate response to their security proposals, including that Ukraine never be offered NATO membership and a removal of NATO forces from Eastern Europe. In a pre-taped interview on Face the Nation, Vice President Kamala Harris said they've been clear that Russia cannot invade Ukraine.
We are working with our allies in that regard, and we've been very clear that we are prepared to issue sanctions like you've not seen before.
This as Reuters reports that Russia's pulled some of its troops and equipment from Crimea and the western part of the country. South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu has passed away. He was 90, and reaction has been pouring in from around the world. The Archbishop of Canterbury called him a prophet and priest. Former President Barack Obama called him a mentor and a moral compass. And Tutu's daughter said the Dalai Lama wrote in a letter to her that the world has lost a great man who lived a truly meaningful life. Tutu was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1984 for his nonviolent advocacy against apartheid. He had struggled with a fight against prostate cancer for 20 years. America is listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist, and I'm inviting you to join a new conversation with the smartest thinkers out there about the country and where we're going. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast. You can subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you download your podcasts. This new show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me. Subscribe to the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to FoxNewsPodcasts.com.
New York's vaccine mandate for private businesses takes effect tomorrow.
As of tomorrow morning, nearly all workers in New York City must be at least partially vaccinated. That's when outgoing Mayor Bill de Blasio's vaccine mandate for the private sector takes effect. The city says the mandate is going to apply to roughly 184,000 businesses, and those that don't comply can face fines starting at $1,000 per violation. It does not include a testing option.
Fox's David Lee Miller says workers have 45 days to prove they've received their second dose. Tomorrow's also the deadline by which children over the age of 12 must show they are fully vaccinated in order to enter many indoor locations in the city. The Supreme Court has set a January 7th date to hear oral arguments regarding federal vaccine mandates, one that applies to employees of private companies through an OSHA rule. The other mandate is for healthcare workers at facilities that get Medicare or Medicaid funding. While appeals court rulings mean the healthcare worker mandates have been stopped for about half of states, the OSHA rule on private employers is back in effect after the Sixth Circuit Court lifted a stay. Enforcement, though, won't begin until January 10th, 3 days after Supreme Court justices hear the case. And what will happen to the president and Democrat social spending bill, Build Back Better? While the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said they will hold a vote on the legislation early next year, and others, including the president, have said they will continue to work on passing the nearly $2 trillion package, they would still need West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin's vote, and he has said no. North Dakota Republican Senator Kevin Cramer thinks some other Democrats may be quietly happy about Manchin's resistance.
Joe Manchin may have saved the re-election of 2, 3, or 4 possibly Democratic senators who are, who would have had to vote yes on BBB, on Build Back Better, but would rather not have voted at all.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal, and this is Fox News.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with a low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
1017 FM and 710 Keel. In-depth coverage.
I am City Councilwoman Lavette Fuller, and I love listening to Robert and Aaron in the morning, keeping us all plugged into what's really happening in Shreveport.
We are Keel. 1017 FM and 710 Keel.
Don't miss the limited episode podcast series, Sustainably Speaking, featuring trailblazing leaders discussing how to improve sustainability and address climate change through innovation. Join Joshua Baca from America's Plastic Makers for these vital discussions with policymakers, academics, and industry pioneers about partnerships and policies that support advancements to meet this urgent challenge. Subscribe today, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Can't find a playlist for your unique taste? With 2 different mobile apps, TD Ameritrade makes sure that doesn't happen when you invest. Check out TD Ameritrade Mobile and Thinkorswim Mobile to find the app that's right for you. Member SIPC.
Go with the free Keel app. Dana Lash, weeknights on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
All right, well, Christmas was so yesterday. Hey, welcome to Gun Talk. I'm Tom Gresham. Glad that you could be with us. Hope you got everything you wanted, which for a lot of us is just being with friends and family and having a great old time and getting together and, of course, remembering what Christmas is really all about. Glad you could be here. We have so much to talk about, and I'm going to invite you right now to be a part of that. If you call me right now, we'll get you on the show. 866-TALK-GUN or Tom Talk Gun. Either way, it's the same phone number. It doesn't really matter. If there's a gun you want to talk about, something you want to tell me about, you got a bone to pick with me, let's do that thing. We have so much to cover. We have stories coming out of Massachusetts. Guy gets pulled over for a license plate deal. By the time they're done, the troopers have arrested him, charged him with, let's see, possession of a firearm, carrying a dangerous weapon, carrying a loaded firearm, improper storage of a firearm, possession of ammo without an FID card. It goes on and on and on. Guess what he had? A black powder revolver. According to the ATF, that's not even a firearm. People say, well, you know, you should be able to put up with some gun control. This is what gun control does. This is what gun control law do. This is what these things do to us. You end up with prosecutors and police officers who don't know, don't care, who are power mad, and they pull a guy over for a license plate. They look in, they see the butt of a revolver sticking out by a floorboard. Turns out it's a black powder revolver, not even a firearm. This guy has gone to jail. They've cuffed him, they've stuffed him, and he's off and gone. Let me just say this, so that nobody is unclear. All gun control laws are bad. All gun control laws should be repealed. Period. Parade rest. End of story. I just don't see any net benefit out of any of them. And I'm talking about NFA, GCA 68, all the rest of them. If you disagree with me, give me a holler, 866-TALK-GUN. And we're going to start our Let's Beat Up on Tom segment here. Eric has called in on line 5 out of Colorado Springs. Eric, I hear you are mad at me.
I am mad at you, Tom. Because of you, I have become poorer this holiday season.
Well, it just sucks to be you,
so
dude.
Yeah, you know, it absolutely does. What can I say?
What'd you get?
I went to the range. Yeah, I got a Ruger LCP Max 380. And
okay,
yeah.
Okay. Look, here's the deal with that gun. That's the one that I know you're already finding it. It's hard to explain to people what it is if they haven't seen it, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. And let me tell you how I came upon this. So This is going to replace my previous pocket pistol, a Car CW380, which I always thought was a rather underappreciated gun in the pocket pistol market. But nonetheless, I did a side-by-side comparison of the two, and I could not believe the size similarity between the two. The Ruger was just barely bigger than the Car. And, oh, by the way, did we mention that the Ruger holds 10+1 over 6+1 of every other pocket 380 out there?
Well, for anybody who's ever seen an LCP, they know how tiny they are. It was a little 6-round gun. It works great, slips into a pocket, all the rest of it. And then they made the LCP Max by, I don't know, sprinkling magic pixie dust over it or something, and the mag got ever so slightly bigger. The grip is ever so slightly wider, but everything else in the gun is the same dimensions. If you lay an LCP Max on top of an LCP, you can't see the difference if you're looking straight down on top of them. And here's the other part. They shoot really well, don't they?
Yeah, well, you know, so here's the next part of the story is that the lady behind the counter talked me into buying a box of ammo and taking it out on the range. And I shot those two side by side, and there was no comparison whatsoever. The LCP Max outclassed my other pocket pistol in every single aspect. And when I got off the range, I got to talking to the lady, and we always talk about how, you know, we do what the voices in our head tell us to do. And this is where I became mad at you, Tom, because the voice in my head was Tom saying, might as well.
3 most expensive words you can say, right?
Yep.
Well, good for you.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not
phenomenal.
You're not unhappy with this, I take it.
Oh, the gun is phenomenal. You know, somebody finally got a pocket pistol right is the best way I can describe it. It has good sights. It actually has a good trigger on it. We remember the pocket pistols of yesteryear.
Yes.
It had a super long, super heavy trigger. You couldn't double tap them. You know, the LCP Max trigger is a little heavier than I would like, but again, it is a pocket pistol. They got to keep their lawyers happy.
Oh yeah.
If I were to give one negative thing on it, it's not Ruger's fault. It's just that right now, Crimson Trace does not make a laser for it yet.
Okay. Yes, I see where you're going.
I reached out to them. Yeah, I reached out to them, and they said 3 to 5 months.
Yeah, you know, and here's where we are with everything. You know, supply chain and demand for everything. Crimson Trace is making stuff as fast as they can. I'm sure they probably had one of the LCP Max pistols, but they're looking at it. I'm just guessing now. If I'm Crimson Trace, I'm thinking, how are we going to make any more? We're making everything we can make, and now we've got to gear up for yet another model. But I will say this: in my experience, the LCP Max, I think, being a pocket pistol. And folks, we're talking about a really small pistol. This is literally disappears into a pants pocket and it's gone with a 10+1. I think it's very shootable and hittable without really any problem out to 15 yards. Would you agree with that?
I haven't quite got to that distance yet. I went shooting earlier today. I planned on shooting it, and I just ran out of time. I was playing with another thing that Santa got me, which was a shot timer. And I used up all my time figuring that thing out, and I just ran out of time and had to leave. So but I'll fix that in a couple of days. But I'm definitely going to play with it out to different distances. But you mentioned the sights are great on the thing.
Yes.
You know, it's got that front sight. It's a tritium night sight.
Amazing, isn't it? I mean, amazing for what you're
right
getting now.
Factory.
Yeah, I think Ruger knocked it out of the park on this one. I mean, the LCP was phenomenal in its time, and it is good for what it is, but I wouldn't, if I were buying today, I wouldn't even think about getting an LCP. I'd get the Max, 10 times over one.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
Hey, great range report. I guess in this case, I'm glad that you're mad at me. That's the way it goes, man.
That's just the way it goes.
There you go. All right, have fun with that thing. I know you will. It is a great pistol. Let's talk with Robert on 4. He's out of Bakersfield, California. Hey, Robert, you're on Gun Talk.
Well, thank you very much. I was told a while back that you should not leave a magazine fully loaded long term because it weakens the spring. I was wondering if you agree with that or not.
I absolutely agree with it, and I absolutely disagree with it. How's that?
Well, thanks for the answer.
Yeah, right. Now, anytime, if I could be of help, you just give me a call anytime, right? Well, this is one of those deals that all depends. What kind of mag and how long are we talking about?
Well, I have a couple XDs, 9mm, and I don't know. I've had them in my gun for a couple of years.
Yeah, that wouldn't bother me in the slightest. I guess several thoughts here kind of swirling around at once. One is that, honestly, I've never had a problem. I don't think it's an issue with modern springs. Number two, you can replace the springs in a magazine for almost no dollars. They're just dirt cheap. Take a magazine apart, replace the spring if you ever wanted to. The other thing is, if you're like me, my rule is when I get a semi-automatic firearm, I want to get at least 6 magazines for it, no matter what it is. Just because mags break and stuff goes wrong. And if I've got 6 mags, if If I'm at all concerned, I'm not, but if I were concerned about springs taking a set, I would just rotate them out every 6 months.
Okay, good point. I do have extra mags. I don't have 6 for each gun, but I do have extras.
Well, see, now you have a goal.
That's right. Something else I can put on my calendar now, right?
You know, one thing you might want to do with all your mags is, with whatever it is, a magic marker or paint or something, number your mags so that you not only can you rotate them, but if you get to the range and you identify, okay, here's a problem, this mag is not working the right way, you'll know, oh, it's number 3, and we're going to put that to the side, as opposed to getting back to the house and going, I know one of these mags is a problem, but I don't know which one it was.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Yep, there you go. Well, that's what I would do. I would probably do the rotating deal since you have extra mags, and that way, the other thing it does for you is when you go to the range, you eventually shoot all your mags to make sure they all are working the way they're supposed to.
Yes, I definitely need more range time. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, and if obviously, but I think if you have them numbered, you'll know. You know, you can put old number 3 or sides, and that's a problem. We're going to check the feed lips or check the spring or whatever, something like that. Look, I appreciate the call, sir. I got to scoot. Happy New Year, as it's coming up on us. As we say, Christmas was so yesterday. 866-TALK-GUN. Tom Gresham here. We'll be right back.
Ruger's 10/22 rifle line offers a variety of models and features for whatever you need your next .22 to do. From target, takedown, or tactical, to competition, carbine, or compact. The 10/22 Action is a tried and true Ruger design, delivering consistent, reliable performance. With its classic styling and ease of use, the Ruger 10/22 is America's favorite rimfire rifle. Find the perfect 10/22 for you at Ruger.com.
At Lockdown, we love firearms. In an effort to provide the necessities of everything a firearm owner needs, no matter their lifestyle, Lockdown has identified 4 unique types of firearms owners. Are you the trainer, the collector, the protector, or the explorer? Visit lockdown.com to take the quiz and find out what type of firearm owner you are and learn how Lockdown can secure your lifestyle. Use the code GUNTALK10 for 10% off site-wide.
Crimson Trace's optic options include more than 50 rifle scopes, the Brushline and Brushline Pro scopes for hunters, and the Hardline and Hardline Pro scopes for tactical and long-range applications. Built from the ground up, Brushline and Hardline reticles are custom designed for specific applications and calibers for hunters and tactical shooters alike. Crimson Trace scopes offer peak performance in any environment, are waterproof, shockproof, and offer a lifetime warranty. Find yours at crimsontrace.com.
All right, back with you here. I guess pegging the needle on the hypocrisy meter, we have actually a pair of Democrat elected representatives, senator, a state senator in Illinois, and let's see here, also U.S. representative. 2 women within a day of each other get carjacked. Women who strongly support gun control, taking your guns away, strongly support defunding the police, strongly support replacing police with mental health people. Yeah. Let's see, Senator Kimberly Lightford was carjacked by armed bandits in Chicago. What was interesting about that one, Lightford, a major proponent of defunding the police, pushing for gun control. She's also called for police budgets in Illinois to be slashed. What was really interesting, though, was that Lightford's husband, who was with her, had a gun and started shooting at the carjackers. Didn't hit anybody. Hit something. Bullets went somewhere. Bullets stopped somewhere. They impacted something. He's blasting away. And this woman, what did she do immediately? She immediately called mental health professionals. Oh, no, actually. She immediately called the police, because who are you going to call? just, I don't know, the hypocrisy in that. There's no point in going much further with it. It's just clear. It's, you know, when they want to protect themselves, they have a gun. When you want to protect yourselves, they don't want you to have a gun. It's kind of simple. Let's talk to Roger in Nevada. He's on one. Hey, Roger, what you got there?
Yeah, a buddy of mine called me yesterday, and he said he just picked up a 1898 Mauser.
Okay.
The guy he bought it from said it was 7mm. He went to put 7mm rounds in it. They don't go. I looked it up, and I noticed that most of them are 8mm, but there were some Chilean ones that were possibly made in 30-06. Is that true?
There is no telling what it is. It could even have been rechambered somewhere along the way. It's just no telling.
I told him he's probably going to have to take it to a gunsmith and have it checked.
Yeah, you know, you can do it yourself. It's not difficult at all. Brownell sells Cerosafe, C-E-R-R-O-S-A-F-E. Buy a pound of it for $30. It'll last you 16 lifetimes because you use it over and over. It's got a low melting point. You melt it, you pour it into the chamber, you make a cast, you knock it out, and then you can measure it and see, okay, exactly what this is. But you're right. Probably, you know, any gunsmith should be able to do that. And frankly, you mentioned something about him. He was told it was a 7mm, but I could probably name a dozen 7mm cartridges. We don't know which one it is.
Right. And he said the cartridge that he bought when he went and bought some 7mm, it wouldn't even go. It was too long for the chamber. But he put a 30-06 round in it, and it fit perfectly.
Yeah, you know, this is just not enough information. We don't know what 7mm cartridge he bought. Was it 7x57? Was it
right? He didn't give me enough
mag?
information then.
I mean, you know, the chances are, I mean, this is entirely possible. It could have been chambered for the 7x57, which would be possible. And he said, give me a 7mm cartridge, and the store clerk handed him a 7 mag.
True.
I mean,
okay.
You know, it's like...
I'll mention that to him.
Yeah, I mean, somebody needs to understand that there are a lot. 7mm is all you're describing is the diameter of the bullet. It doesn't tell you much, if anything, about the cartridge itself.
Right.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, I appreciate the information, and I'll pass it on to him.
Good deal. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're helping him out. One of the things we see all the time, trying to be kind about this, people come in, give me a 7mm. A 7mm, I want a 7mm. And for some reason, 7 is the caliber that seems to happen a lot on. Which, okay, leads me to this. What's a caliber? What's a cartridge? 7mm is not a cartridge. A 7mm is not a thing you put in your firearm. A 7mm is simply a diameter of the bullet, 0.284 of an inch. It's a 28 caliber bullet. There are so many 7mm cartridges. 7x57, 7mm08, 284, 280 Remington, 280 Remington Ackley improved, 7mm Remington and Weatherby. You know, it goes on and on. And not even talking about the Wildcats that could be out there. So, caliber versus cartridge. A 30-06 is a 30 caliber cartridge, but so is the 300 Magnum. So is you get where I'm going with this, right? People who go into a store and say, give me a box of 7mm. Chances are they're going to get 7 mag. And if you don't look carefully, and here's the other part, even if you know exactly what you need, make sure, take another look at it, make sure you're getting the right cartridge. Because you could say, give me a 7 mag, and it could be a 7 Remington mag, it could be a 7mm Weatherby mag, it could be a Winchester WSM, Winchester Short Magnum. You get home, or even worse, you get out to the hunting area and you go, not only can I not use this, it won't even go in the gun. There's a lot of stuff, and this kind of spins me back around to where one place I wanted to go today. There's a lot of stuff to know. And honestly, a lot of us have been around this a long time. We read books. We talk to people. And of course, today you could get a lot of this off of YouTube. Be careful. Choose your sources carefully. One of the great ways to learn a lot of this stuff about cartridges and ammunition is to have a reloading manual, even if you don't reload. I know that sounds crazy. Why would I pay $35 for a loading manual if I'm not going to load? Because it is an encyclopedia about ammunition. Or you can get a copy of Cartridges of the World, which is a great rundown on cartridges. It's a little bit of history on each one. When was it introduced? Who introduced it? What's it been used for? You know, what kind of bullets are good for it? Et cetera, et cetera. Even if you're not loading, you'll come away with understanding the difference between all the different 7mm cartridges. Which leads me to kind of the looking forward into the next year. And some of the things, I'm going to have some thoughts about some of the lists we may want to start. And yeah, and I know next week is, you know, we're going to start talking about 2022, but we're going to do it now. One of the things I'm going to ask you to consider, we'll talk about this in just a few minutes with somebody who is an instructor. Consider becoming a firearms instructor. Why would you do that? Well, if you are experienced, then you have a knowledge base. And we have millions and millions of people buying their first guns. They don't know much. They don't know a lot of the things they need to know. And here's the problem. You know that old saying, you don't know what you don't know? In this case, what it means is they don't even know there's a body of knowledge there for them to study. It's not that they know it's there and they just don't know the knowledge. They don't even know it's there. They don't even know the finer points of safe firearms handling, the 4 rules of gun safety, about storing a gun safely. When you're not in immediate control of it, it needs to be unloaded or locked up. Things like that. What would you get out of it? Well, you'll become better at what you do. You'll know stuff. When you start teaching things, you start learning things. You want to really know a subject, start teaching it. Because you get into the minutiae of it, and you have to find ways of explaining it. And then you find yourself going back and studying more about it. And then you become, I hope, and even if you're an instructor now, I hope you become a perpetual student about this, going and taking more classes yourself. As an instructor, you go take classes taught by other people. I would suggest that may be something to put on your list to consider doing in this next year. Tell you what, when we come back, we'll talk with somebody who does that and can talk about why especially women might want to become firearm instructors. Our number, 866-TALK-GUN. Gun Talk will return.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with a low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
1017 FM and 710 Keel for breaking news and trending talk. If your neighbors are talking about it, we're talking about it. And you can get even more of the hot topics at keelnews.com. Keelnews.com.
Sustainability is a critical issue, and on the new Sustainably Speaking podcast, we'll talk with trailblazing leaders who champion solutions to ensure a more sustainable and low-carbon future. Subscribe today and don't miss this limited episode podcast.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
American warfighters go into battle. If all goes well, they'll come home. But not everyone makes it all the way home. Many come home with traumatic injuries. It's estimated that over 500,000 current warfighters will return from service diagnosed with PTSD. For over 45 years, Help Heal Veterans, a not-for-profit organization, has crafted a way to help returning veterans create their way back. Help Heal Veterans, with the support of citizens like you, creates, manufactures, and distributes therapeutic art and crafts projects for our veterans and military at no charge to them. Since World War I, doctors and occupational therapists report that building things helps improve gross motor skills, improve memory, alleviates anger issues, and helps rebuild confidence and self-esteem. Help us heal vets. To volunteer or learn more, visit healvets.org. Help a veteran. Visit healvets.org.
We've all seen that moment in movie credits that says no animals were harmed in the making of this film. It comes and goes pretty quickly, but so much goes into making sure that happens. As a film director, I rely on the 8 decades of experience American Humane brings to safeguarding animals in entertainment. Their work starts well before we ever film. They consult on scripts, advise on locations, provide guidance on training, veterinary care, workplace safety, and much, much more. Whenever or wherever we film with animals, American Humane is on set making sure we get it right. Today, their mission is more important than ever. Because when you're a director making a movie, a television show, a web series, music video, or commercial, you're taking on a huge responsibility. And nothing is more important than making sure all of the cast and crew are safe. That includes the animals on set. And thanks to the passionate people of American Humane, we can.
American warfighters go into battle. If all goes well, they'll come home. But not everyone makes it all the way home. It's estimated that over 500,000 current warfighters will return from service diagnosed with PTSD. For over 45 years, Help Heal Veterans, a not-for-profit organization, has crafted a way to help returning veterans create their way back. Help us heal vets. To learn more, visit healvets.org. That's healvets.org.
What will the next 50 years look like? With a growing population and warming planet, the future can feel uncertain. But there's a simple and sustainable solution to feeding our communities and saving our planet. Sponsored by Trees for the Future. They're working with thousands of smallholder farmers to revitalize lands, increase crop production and incomes, and offset carbon emissions. Sound too good to be true? See for yourself how trees change lives at trees.org/radio to learn more.
I can't believe he found them.
He seems sorry.
We very clearly told him not to look up there.
I'm honestly impressed that he was able to do it.
Right? What, did he balance on that big chair? Or...
Yeah, I mean, I guess he'll just know what his gifts are this year.
I really thought we had hidden them well.
If they can find their presents, they can find a gun.
911, what is your emergency?
Every day, 8 kids and teens are unintentionally killed or injured by loaded and unlocked guns. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and End Family Fire.
If it's happening, we know about it. And we'll bring you what happens next. Breaking news and trending talk. 1017 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. KeelNews.com. Dana Lash, weeknights on 1017 FM and 710 Keel.
Org.
All right, back with the 866 Talk Gun. That's the easy way to get you in here. If you have something on your mind or a bone to pick, if you don't like guns at all, that's okay. I'll let you have the floor. In fact, we'll move you right up to the front of the line. You just tell me why. Why don't you like guns? Now, you may say, look, I don't want one. But for a lot of people, it goes much further than that. It goes to, I hate guns. It's hard for me to imagine hating an inanimate object unless your information source tells you only one side of the equation. If all you know is guns that are used in crime or guns that are involved in accidents, you think, oh, they're terrible. But if you knew that, for instance, like there might be one accidental shooting or shooting death per day, but 9,000 self-defense gun uses every single day, would that change your viewpoint? I don't know. You call me, let me know. 866-TALK-GUN. All right, we're now joined by Amanda Suffolk. She joins us from the DC Project. She's a firearms instructor. She is just described herself as an accidental activist. Hey, Amanda, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, and you?
Well, excellent. So what do you mean when you say you're an accidental activist? Because you're pretty darn good at this.
Well, you know, you start out and you're sitting there and you just kind of going along that dumb and happy living your life, and periodically you say, you know, somebody ought to do something. And
yeah.
You're waiting and nobody's doing it. And so finally it's like, okay, let me get off the sofa. I guess I'm going to do something. And I'll do it until somebody who's better comes along. And pretty soon you kind of become the resident expert because time in the trenches counts, you know?
So well, I'm going to return to that because that's exactly what I was talking about right before you got on. But first of all, tell people what you do and what do you mean when you say you're going to do things. So tell them what you're up to these days.
Well, I have a radio show also on Salem Radio Network, so that's the first piece. But I also I have a 501c3 where I teach women how to sue. I got involved in the DC Project about 6 years ago. And so the combination is that I almost like walk, talk, and sleep guns, firearms, and Second Amendment education.
I can't even imagine what that would be like. Oh, wait, that's what I do.
wait, exactly.
You know, I was just talking before you got on. I said, you know, one of the things I would like for people to consider as they head into the new year is becoming a firearms instructor, because we need more instructors, but more specifically, we need a lot of women firearms instructors, and that brings me back to this story, which I love the title of the Second Amendment Wears Lipstick. Why don't you just pick this up and talk about the number of women who are getting into guns and buying guns?
Well, you know, that is actually a phrase that we kind of coined it and have used at the DC Project as we go and walk Capitol Hill talking about the Second Amendment. But what's really happened is that, you know, the original studies were that women went to a gun show because they were following their husband. You know, women went into a gun shop because they were following their husband. And then, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, they realized that about 29% of all guns purchased are purchased by women. And so that was the start of all of a sudden gun companies really started to look at it, talk about it, and market to them as opposed to the traditional shrink it, tink it, and women will buy it kind of thing that was happening. And so now with 24-hour news cycle, with the fact that there in the last couple of years, everybody's locked down, they're at home, they're watching the news, they're seeing the riots, they're seeing the robberies, they're seeing the attacks. And so this new Harvard study that came out says that 50% of the gun purchases in the last couple of years have been by women. 20% are by blacks, so 10% black women, 10% black men, and 20% are Hispanic, which means that it's no longer the bearded guys with plaid shirts that are out there buying guns.
Right.
It's all of us. So the gun shop has to walk in the door, meet you where you are at, and say, what do you need? How can I help you?
Well, and on top of that, you have an entire group of people coming into firearms ownership. Roughly half the people who are buying guns now, this is the first gun they've ever owned. They have no background, they have no training, they have no grandfather, father, anybody who taught them how to do this. Correct. They're just going in cold. They saw the riots, they saw the defund the police, they say, honey, we got to take care of ourselves. I'm going to go buy a gun. And now they got the gun, and now we're in that now what moment.
Now what? I mean, if you equate this like driving a car, we didn't learn how to drive a car in driver's ed. We learned how to drive a car by riding in the back seat, watching, you know, our parents go stop on a red, go on a green, and go really fast on a yellow. You know, we learned how you do it by watching. And so if you were not in a family that had guns and gun handling and gun ownership, it really is scary. It's intimidating and it's scary, and so it's up to us to be able to open that world to them and make that education accepting and easy and welcoming.
Okay, so where do we go from here? We have all these people coming in, and we, experienced gun owners, welcome them in. We want them to be safe. We want them to be competent. And frankly, we want them to be able to protect themselves, because that's the reason they bought the gun in the first place. But we don't have enough instructors, do we?
Well, you know, there's a lot of instructors out there. One is it's really hard to advertise as an instructor because social media doesn't like us.
Oh.
And so it's like, how do you put out your shingle? How do you say where you are, what you're doing? And so some of the easy things are to go to wheretoshoot.org, which is run by the National Shooting Sports Foundation, which will tell you where to go shooting. Those people know who are the trainers in the area. That's one. You know, and then you reach out, or you can Google, you know, firearms trainers, and there are a variety of different ways that a trainer can get their certification. The NRA, USCCA, a bunch of different organizations that are state-centric, and so you can go through them. And most states have a state-run organization that if you contact them, they have a list of trainers in the area. So they're out there. You just have to figure out how to get to them. But then there's always the opportunity to have more instructors, definitely.
Right. I mean, it's like, okay, if we have 10 million first-time gun buyers, which it looks like that's what we have over the last couple of years, that's a huge, huge demand. And part of the issue, and I'm going to take a break here, Amanda. We'll come back and talk about this. Part of the issue is, how do we reach those people who may not be coming back to a gun store, may not know how to go about this? We got to find them wherever they are and say, hey, come to the range, come get some training. I mean, basically it's that welcoming thing we're talking about. We're talking with Amanda Suffolk from the DC Project, also a firearms instructor. We'll be right back with more Gun Talk.
ATN offers Smart HD, Ultra HD, thermal and night vision rifle scopes, binoculars, monoculars, rangefinders, and more for hunters, outdoor enthusiasts, military, and law enforcement. With features like Bluetooth Wi-Fi, extended battery life, Ultra HD sensor resolution, and full HD video recording. Cutting-edge technology meets quality parts in every ATN product. The future of optics is already here. Find your next optic at atncorp.com.
Introducing the new R7 Mako, a high-capacity polymer-framed striker-fired micro-compact from Kimber. Here's a taste of what you get. 12 and 14 round total capacity with the 11 and 13 round magazines. The performance carry trigger with the smooth pull and clean break you'd expect of a single-action handgun. Optics ready or optics installed, Kimber's R7 Mako will feed your appetite for something different. See how at r7mako.com.
Before computers, before engines and automobiles and roads, before all of this, there was the land. A great ocean of land, with mountains black as night, standing guard over all that is and was and forever will be. This is the Black Hills of South Dakota, the place that made the people who make the best ammo on Earth.
Visit black-hills.com for more information.
All right, welcome back to Gun Talk. Tom Gresham here. If you want to join us, 866-TALK-GUN is the number. We're talking with Amanda Suffolk. Amanda, tell people where they can follow you and, you know, basically keep up with what you're doing.
Well, probably the easiest thing is to check out the website for my radio show, which is called Eye on the Target Radio, and you can go to the website eyeonthetargetradio.com, and then it's live radio, podcast, and we're also on TV on the OpsLens channel. So you can find us there. So
Good
kind of a
deal.
little bit of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, just spreading it out there. Now, we were talking about all these women that are coming into gun ownership. I mean, millions upon millions. And it's not just women. It's a lot of first-time gun owners who don't know much about it. And the question I posed, and it's our quandary, it's our challenge, is how do we reach them? After they bought the gun, they left the gun store. They may not be on gun-centric websites. They may not be listening to gun-centric podcasts and radio shows, but they are out there, and I'm just wondering if it's not just a case of bringing up the subject whenever you can, no matter where you are.
Well, I agree with that. I think that those of us who are Second Amendment advocates, if you live it, you walk it, you talk it, it becomes a conversation at cocktail parties. It becomes a conversation while you're in the grocery store aisle. It's really kind of interesting where all those conversations are. As a matter of fact, Christmas Eve evening, I'm at church when somebody moves up 2 rows so they can sit directly behind me to ask questions. I mean, it's that, literally, it's that kind of a thing where you just make yourself available. But the other part is you need to be welcoming as you are, if you're an instructor, if you're a gun owner. If you don't know, say, I don't know, but I can find somebody who does know. But one of the things that I want to caution people on is, I'm going to bring a motorcycle analogy in. When young, and I'm going to use this as young guys, sorry, I'm going to, as young guys start to have conversations.
We all like dogs, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Dogs and four-wheelers. My dog really wants to ride the four-wheeler. That's how that's going. But so young guys who start out with their girlfriends, and they've got a motorcycle, and they put her on the back, and then they scare the bejeebers out of her because they think it's cute and it's funny, and she hugs him really tight. And then he marries her, and then she's like, I never want to ride a motorcycle again because they scare me.
Right.
So that's the kind of thing. So when you bring someone new into the firearms world, you have to start where they are. And as in the interview that we did for WEWS, Candy Petticourt said it the best. Meet me where I am. Don't meet me where you are, you know?
Yes. Well, you know, it's the guy that thinks it's really funny to start her out with a 44 Magnum. You know, this is why they invented the word jackass.
That's the point I'm trying to make is, you know, go gently, start them out, make them see how much fun it is. So it's fun. There's safety associated with it, but you have to educate. But what happens is a lot of people buy a gun in the beginning so that they can be safe and they can protect their family. And then they start to experience all the other stuff. They start to experience USPSA and 3-gun and just going to the range and target shooting and going to Camp Theory or any of those other kinds of things.
They discover that shooting is fun.
Right.
You know, and that is our secret weapon. I mean, it's like, okay, yes, you bought a gun for self-protection. Great. And we'll go out and shoot that. But while we're here, let me show you my Ruger 22 pistol. And they go, oh, wow, that's fun. You know, oh, let's let you shoot something suppressed. Oh, wow, that's really fun. And you want them to come away saying, that was really fun. I would like to go do that again. If you get to that point, it's a big win.
And that's exactly it. So that's what we as gun owners, the responsibility that we've got, is to introduce them and have them have the same amount of fun that you do. Recently, we were at the range, and I just picked up, let's say it's extremely over the top, but a chromed tiger stripe Tommy gun. Right?
Nice.
And so it's been on my wish list for a long time, and I've been shoving money away, and all of a sudden I've got it. But I take it to the range. I didn't get a chance to shoot it because everybody that was there wanted to. And half of them wanted to shoot it. The other half just wanted their pictures taken with it. So it was like, it was almost like a famous person sighting at the range. But it was great because it started a conversation with so many people. It ended up on social media. Those people are like, where did you see it? Where did you get it? How did you, you know, and it just was amazing.
It really is. It's the kind of stuff, and every single one of us, each of us is able to do this at some level. It may be one-on-one, it may be with a group, it may be whatever, but you start by doing exactly what you did, what you said, you know what, I don't see anybody else running past me to pick up the ball on this deal. I guess I'm going to pick it up and go as far as I can, and we'll see where we go. Amanda, I just want to thank you for what you do and spreading the word and getting out there, and, you know, we just need a lot more people doing this.
Well, we're going to keep inviting them. That's the absolute truth. So when people WEWS did an interview. Vice actually followed me around one time and did an interview, and people were like, are you going to let Vice into your world? And I was like, well, if we don't talk to the left, and we don't get to own our own narrative. They get to own it, and we just have to shut up. So.
And there it is. I mean, that's it. It's like, do we want just their voices? Do we want our voices? And then the corollary to that is, if we're doing our voices, we have to be good at it. Amanda, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hey, we're going to come back. I want to talk for a second about being good at it. If you're going to become a voice, how do you do that well? And if you're not doing it well, should you be doing it at all?
It's Peacock's Movie Binge Mystery. Lots of movies on your list. Originals and favorites. And Die Hard is here.
Welcome to the party, pal. Spend the holidays with the Harry Potter film series, Back to the Future trilogy, films from the Fast and Furious collection, and more. Plus, exclusive holiday movies. And the Peacock original movie, The Housewives of the North Pole. With so many movies to watch, you can stream something new every day during Peacock's Movie Binge Miss. Sign up now at peacocktv.com.
At ADP, we understand the importance of building the right team and offer the data insights to help. Just as importantly, our AI technology helps you pay the team accurately. Grow stronger with ADP. HR, talent, time, and payroll.
News from the classrooms, the hospitals, and the casinos right here on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
101.7 FM and 710 Keel. In-depth coverage.
This is State Representative Dodie Horton. Love to get my day started listening to Robert and Aaron, keeping us all informed on things that really matter to all of us here at Bossier Parish.
We are Keel. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great rates, we gave this song surprisingly great lyrics.
I love that rate on my new ride. State Farm hooked me up and the stars align on both my home and auto policies. I switched and saved, now I feel great. Gonna tell the world I can't wait. Baby, State Farm has the coverage I need.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Time to be an all-star caregiver. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Be there emotionally and physically. Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find care guides at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The Keel Newsmaker Hotline is brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Be listening each morning to Robert and Aaron. You never know who might pop up on the show. 101.7 FM, 710 Keel, and the Keel app.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Take us with you wherever you go with the free Keel app.
See, this story just broke on The Hill. It's a publication about Capitol Hill and what's going on in politics. Gun control advocates express disappointment with Biden. Talk about how Biden has not been able to pass gun control laws, to do the things that they want. He promised us, is the gist of the whole article. But what was interesting is I'm going through this thing, I'm just looking at it right now, is the people and groups that they have quoted and talked to. Let's see. The March for Our Lives people, Peter Ambler, Executive Director and Co-founder Giffords Gun Control Group. Let's see. Community Justice Action Fund, an advocacy group for ending community gun violence. John Feinblatt, President of Every Town for Gun Safety. Let's see. We have this quote. David Chipman failing to get confirmed was probably the biggest blow that we've seen this year to federal efforts to address the gun violence prevention epidemic. We need a confirmed ATF director. I didn't talk to anybody on the gun side. I mean, not surprising, but again, if you are in Congress, if you are in Washington and you're reading The Hill, and you read that and you think these people are the experts when it comes to guns, because they're the ones who keep getting quoted. Interesting. I mentioned as we went to the break, we were talking with Amanda about becoming an advocate, and I encourage everyone to become an advocate for the Second Amendment, to speak up. But part and parcel of that is you have to know what you're doing. You have to know what you're talking about. You have to be good at persuasive talk. That requires you to actually do some study, to learn how to do this, to get your facts straight. And unfortunately, a lot of people on our side don't know how to do it. The facts are probably okay, but they don't really know how to put the information out there. I mean, if you start out with, well, that's what Hitler did, please don't. Just shut up, okay? I mean, there are ways to go about this. If you start out with, well, I can understand how you might feel that way, but are you aware that according to the FBI, more people are murdered with fists and feet than they are with AR-15 rifles? And then just stop and let them look at you like, well, that can't be right. I said, well, it's the FBI's numbers, it's not my numbers. Those are the kind of things that if you can do that dispassionately, or at least not in a mean, mad way, you can make some headway. And while I hesitate to say this, I think I have to say this, and that is, if you feel that this is an issue where you get to bully people and push them around and try to get them to admit that they are wrong, what we need you to do is shut the hell up. Because you're not doing us any good. You're not doing the Second Amendment any good. You're just making yourself feel important. If you actually want to be effective at this, there actually are workshops that are being put on. The Second Amendment Foundation puts on workshops like this. So it's time for reflection, saying, am I good at this? What am I doing to be better at this? Am I studying this? Am I reading the right things? It becomes not a thing that you do. It becomes a part of who you are. And every single day you get up and you go online and you read. How can I? Here's another little tidbit. I'm going to tuck this one away. I can use this one. Oh, here's a good one. I like the way that she put that. I'm going to borrow that presentation. I'm going to do that. And then you become a more persuasive person. And that makes you a more effective person. Fair enough? All right, 866-TALK-GUN. The ATF just made a big change in the way that you can apply for NFA items, suppressors, machine guns, etc. We'll have the details on that when we come back right here on Gun Talk.
Streaming only on Peacock, a new original comedy.
Me in a punk band?
We Are Lady Parts.
A confused mix of hash anthems and sour girl power.
We puked all over the front row. Ew.
We Are Lady Parts. All episodes streaming now, only on Peacock.
Whatever business you're in, growth isn't just about getting bigger. At ADP, we believe it's about getting stronger by turning data into insights so you can build teams that work as teams. By using our AI technology to help catch payroll errors before they're errors. And by keeping ahead of thousands of changing regulations so you can keep ahead of everything else. ADP helps businesses like yours grow stronger every day. ADP, HR, talent, time, and payroll.
Breaking news and trending talk. 710 AM. KQ690. 1017 FM. KEEL. Shreveport, a Town Square media station.
It was unseasonably warm in some parts of the country on Christmas. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Christmas Day temperature records were broken in some areas while cold, wintry weather moved into the West Coast. A 70-mile stretch of Interstate 80 in Northern California was closed due to snow and ice, and the National Weather Service issued a winter storm warning for Lake Tahoe and surrounding areas through Tuesday. Meanwhile, some other parts of the country saw record-breaking heat for December 25th. A Christmas Day record set in Dallas, where the temperature reached 81 at the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport.
Out across the east, we're going to continue to see more broken records over the next 5 days. A lot of areas are going to be breaking daily high temperature records. We're going to be seeing some temps pushing the 90s across parts of West Texas. These temps are around 20 degrees above average. And then the Pacific Northwest, this week we might be almost 40 degrees below average.
Fox's Rick Reichmuth. While some airlines said weather was to blame for some flight cancellations, several airlines reported staffing shortages due to the Omicron variant beginning on Christmas Eve. Were you able to find an at-home COVID test ahead of your holiday gathering? Last week, the Biden administration said it was buying hundreds of millions of tests, though Thursday, the White House said contracts had not yet been finalized. Brown University's Dean of Health, Dr. Ashish Jha, told Fox News Sunday,
the administration has not done enough on getting ready through testing and through its communications. So the two places where I would say the administration needs to do a better job communicating more effectively with the American people, and certainly making testing much, much more widely available. That has not happened as much as it needs to.
This after a scathing report from Vanity Fair, which says they got a hold of a proposal that was presented to the White House in October to increase manufacturing and purchasing of at-home rapid tests, but the recommendation was rejected. And inflation may not have ruined the holidays. MasterCard Spending Pulse said today holiday sales were up more than 8% over last year. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Stay on top of the latest news and information from Fox News. Listen and download the Fox News Hourly Update on your time. The trending stories you need anytime you want it. Listen and download now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
What are the most important issues facing Americans today? Every Monday, join me, Brett Baer, Chief Political Anchor and Executive Editor of Special Report, and my rotating all-star panel of experts as we discuss the policies, practices, and solutions to the biggest and most important issues of the day. You can hear new episodes every Monday. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
The Fox News Rundown is a weekday morning podcast that dives deep into the major and controversial stories of the day. Hosted by the anchors of Fox News Radio. Subscribe now to hear a perspective of news you won't find anywhere else. Listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
Parts of the country are seeing COVID case highs, like Washington, D.C. and the state of Ohio, as Omicron spreads.
Florida reports another record high of COVID-19 cases for the reported number on Christmas Eve, 32,850, as reported to the CDC. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, in a tweet, reveals her state had 44,431 cases. Both states report an increase in hospitalizations as well, and are putting the blame on the spread of Omicron variant. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Thankfully, some recent data appears to show Omicron may be less severe than prior variants. Last week, the FDA extended emergency use authorizations for 2 antiviral pills meant to cut the risk of death and hospitalization from COVID. Merck's new drug was approved 1 day after Pfizer's, and while there are more limitations on who can take Pfizer's pill, its trial data shows it is more effective. The usage instructions, though, say it's critical to begin taking the drugs within 5 days of experiencing symptoms, leaving many to wonder how effective they'll end up being, as they are prescription use only.
We've just got to make sure that there's the production of enough of that product that we can get it widely used for those who need it as quickly as possible.
White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci on ABC's This Week. And when asked in an interview that aired on Face the Nation today about what her biggest failure has been so far, Vice President Kamala Harris said this.
To not get out of D.C. more. I mean, and I actually mean that sincerely for a number of reasons. When we came in, we really couldn't travel. You know, a large part of the relationship that he and I have built has been being in this, you know, together in the same office for hours on end, doing Zooms or whatever, because we couldn't get out of D.C.
The places Harris has gone this year include France, Southeast Asia, Mexico, and Guatemala. I'm Jessica Rosenthal, and this is Fox News.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with a low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
Can't find a playlist for your unique taste? With 2 different mobile apps, TD Ameritrade makes sure that doesn't happen when you invest. Check out TD Ameritrade Mobile and Thinkorswim Mobile to find the app that's right for you. Member SIPC.
Now streaming on Peacock.
Deep in the woods stands a lone door. What's behind the door? Nightmares. Your worst nightmares.
Time to fight your demons.
Who are you? I'm a weapon.
This girl is a cold soul killer.
I'm gonna end this thing.
Are you like the Terminator?
The Girl in the Woods. A brand new series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
What if I could tell you when a wildfire was going to happen? Of course, I can't. But shouldn't you be ready anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Keel app is the best way to listen to our station. The Keel app is brought to you by Office Furniture Source. Download the app today. Listen each day to 1017 FM, 710 Keel, or on the Keel app. Keel. Moon Griffon is on 1017 FM and 710 Keel.
All right, we're back with you. I'm Tom Gresham. The show is Gun Talk because, well, that's all we do around here. Talk about guns and the things you put on them and the things you put in them, how to shoot them and how to buy them and what to get. If you have a question about guns or you just want to talk about them, yeah, we're open to pretty much anything. Our number is 866-TALK-GUN or Tom, that's me, Tom Talk Gun will get you in here. Always looking for a range report. You've been out shooting something. Give me a holler. Let me know how it went. Or if you just have questions, you don't know how something works or what you should buy or what this old gun is that your granddaddy left you. We'll talk about that too. Again, 866-TALK-GUN. Lots and lots of people have discovered the utility as well as the pure joy of shooting with a suppressor, aka silencer, a device you stick on the end of your gun that makes it quieter. Not silent, but quieter. And one of the outfits that has come along has really figured out how to help people get their suppressors because it's kind of a thing. You got to go through the National Firearms Act. You got to apply for registration with the federal government. There's paperwork and all, and it's kind of intimidating. But the folks at Silencer Central are making that really easy. We're joined right now by Brandon Maddox. He's the CEO of Silencer Central. And Brandon, you got some news for us.
Yes, sir. Thanks again for having us.
You bet. So what is the ATF up to?
So for the last 8 months, we've been part of the beta testing for e-forms. So it's exciting that the ATF has done studies in the past, and they touch the forms from when they leave Silencer Central till they come back approved for the customer to buy the suppressor. They touch it 41 times. So to be able to convert that to a 100% digital process is great. I mean, like I told my staff, rarely do you see the government purposely make something more efficient. So it's going to definitely make it more efficient. They're quoting that they'll staff it to a 90-day turnaround. So if at any point it gets over 90 days for them to process an approval, they'll hire more people.
That's phenomenal because we've been at various times, I don't have to tell you, we've been looking at anywhere from 7, 8, 9 months up to at certain points. We were looking at 12 months from when you send your paperwork in until you get the okay to buy your suppressor. So you're saying they're thinking or promising they can do this in 90 days?
Yeah, so they went live 5 a.m. Central Standard Time on the 23rd of December, and so they're currently processing applications digitally. So our process at Silencer Central hasn't really changed. It just puts more burden on us to data entry it and upload, the free gun trust, the photos, the fingerprints. We upload everything to the ATF and just hit submit, and then we get an email approval back to us.
So, okay, let's talk about that in a second. Back up. If you have an application in the works now, as I do, I've got applications in through Silencer Central, waiting for ATF. Does the e-form thing help me at this point?
Yeah, good question. It's the same staff that will work the paper ones that will work digital. So potentially, because there'll be less coming in paper, they can devote more time to focusing on actually processing. So it could. In 2014 and 15, ATF had e-forms in place, and we saw like a load balance. Anything that went through digitally or paper, they went through about the same time, but that'll probably take a while before that happens. But, potentially it could speed it up just because they're getting less volume in. They say that most of the ATF time is spent, unfortunately, sending back 60% of the applications because they weren't filled out correctly. So they spend a lot of their time back and forth. Yeah, so digital will fix that. It won't let you hit submit unless it's done correctly.
Okay, so, all right, so you got ATF e-forms, but you have Silencer Central, and you guys have already made it easy to do the application and everything because you streamlined the whole process. So where does Silencer Central fall in terms of the flow of everything from the person who decides, I want a suppressor? How's it going to work now?
Yeah, good question. So if someone's interested in getting a suppressor, and we do feel like even the ATF knows this is going to drive significant demand to have a quicker turnaround that's somewhat predictable. So, we've started stocking the shelves of more product knowing that it was going to create additional demand. So for the last 6 months, we've been building inventory, but the process essentially is still the same. Like a customer who's interested in getting a suppressor would just, go on our website at silencercentral.com and purchase one, or call our team and ask them, hey, what's the best product or products for me based on what firearms I'm trying to cover. And then we capture all the information we need, generate the paperwork, send it to the customer digitally. They basically sign it, check it off, make sure it's filled out correctly. We'll send them the fingerprint cards with ink so they can do their own fingerprints from the luxury of their own couch. They send us back, we scan them in. They basically send us a picture that they take on their cell phone, a selfie, they upload it. We submit all that to the ATF. We pay the tax stamp for the customer on their behalf, and then it'll email us the approved tax stamp as a PDF via email. And then Silencer Central will mail the silencer to the customer's front door as long as they're in one of the 42 states where they're lawful, because we have Silencer Central has locations in all 42 states where suppressors are legal.
Okay, so from the standpoint of the customer interacting with Silencer Central, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just that you're going to basically work on the digitizing side, and you're going to make sure, as you always have, if you're getting yours through Silencer Central, you aren't going to get it kicked back anyway because you guys make sure it's all right in the first place.
Yeah, it helps. We've been doing it since 2005, so there's a lot of learnings over 16 years. All those mistakes that were made, you don't make those anymore. You might find some new ones, but it's pretty rare these days, I would guess. Right, exactly. And, of course, the ATF makes mistakes occasionally as well, so there is sometimes some, fair amount of back and forth, but really our process internally at Silencer Central is everything routes digitally in our system, and then we just currently, before e-forms, we would print it out and submit it in hard copy. But now we would just basically upload everything that we've captured from the customer and send it to them. So from the customer's perspective, nothing's really changed. So what's going on with suppressor prices? We've got supply chain talk, we've got increases in prices on everything around. Have suppressor prices gone up as well? That's a good question. Our products that we sell internally, the Banish line, we haven't gone up on any of those products. Our goal has always been to increase our volume to sort of offset any price increases. We also allow customers to pay while they wait, no matter what brand they buy. As a dealer, we can carry anything. Even if they don't see it on our website, they can just call us, and yeah, we let people pay while they wait, and that might become less of an issue if it's a 30, 60, or 90-day turnaround. But, in the current scenario, we let people pay while they wait. I think it typically encourages them to maybe get a higher-end product or maybe get more than one just because they know it's probably going to be a lifetime purchase for them and also something they're going to hand down to potentially their kids or loved ones. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Let's do this, Brandon. I need to take a quick break here. When we come back, I want to ask you about this new... It made me start thinking about it. For rifle suppressors, everybody thinks ARs. And here comes this new Marlin in 4570, and it's already threaded. I want to talk about suppressors for things that maybe aren't ARs, maybe 4570s, maybe bigger rifles, and what are the things that we need to talk about. We're talking with Brandon Maddox from Silencer Central. You can check it out,
Silencer Central, obviously on the web. We'll be right back with more Gun Talk.
Visit Brownells.com for the best parts, tools, and accessories to get your build on. Building an AR? Brownells has the best uppers, lowers, barrels, handguards, and parts. What about a custom pistol build? Brownells has both 80% and complete handgun frames, slides, and barrels to make your handgun what you want. Brownells also has articles and videos to help you build and customize your firearms. Go to Brownells.com and start your gun build today.
Mental health and guns. At Walk the Talk America, we are working with both the mental health community and the gun industry. Created by a gun industry veteran, Walk the Talk America seeks to raise awareness and create change through suicide prevention and firearm safety without legislation. We strive to eliminate the prejudice that firearms and mental health face. For more information and to support Walk the Talk America, please visit walkthetalkamerica.org.
The Hellcat from Springfield Armory is still the smallest, highest capacity micro compact in the world. Available in standard or optics-ready configurations. Class-leading capacity of the Hellcat gives you 11+1 with the standard magazine and 13+1 with the included extended mag. The definitive concealed carry pistol is here. The Hellcat from Springfield Armory gives you the capacity to defend.
Hey, welcome back to Gun Talk. We're talking with Brandon Maddox. He's the CEO of Silencer Central. If you want to follow along while we're doing this, silencercentral.com on the web. Brandon, I was talking about this 4570 that just got in from Marlin, and that got me to think about suppressors because it's threaded, and I know that there's a difference, and I don't really know the details of suppressors that are made for the lower pressure of handgun rounds versus maybe higher pressures of rifle rounds. Can you kind of talk us through that?
Yeah, good question. So the straight wall cartridges have become very popular just because some states have legal mandates where that's all you can hunt deer with, even in certain zones. Like we border Minnesota, and half the state you can use rifle cartridges, and in the other half, the more populated side, you have to use the straight wall cartridges. So, and you see them used also in hunting, feral hogs in the South. But yeah, it's an area that has really grown as suppressors. And what's interesting about some of them is because the hole is so much bigger, you can typically end up using that same suppressor for more than one type caliber. So to let the cat out of the bag a little bit, we're going to have Banish is going to have a 46 caliber coming out, and that would be able to handle like a 338, obviously a larger rifle round, but also the 4570. So it's going to be a nice scenario where you could use it really in both. So you could kind of think of it as a multi-caliber for both rifle and handgun. Okay, that's kind of cool. You just broke the news right here. You're going to have a 46, and that's going to be a rifle-compatible suppressor. Yeah, absolutely. It just seems like a lot of our customers are hunters, with us starting out in the the Midwest and the Dakotas, and a lot of long-range shooting. And so, gosh, the first time we used it on a 338, we're like, wow, this is incredible. This is going to be a great, kind of a matchup here to be able to use on, a 30, a 338, 4570, 350 Legend, 450, 458. It just covers a lot of different calibers. Because you do get, obviously, a reduction in noise, but you do also get a bit of reduction in recoil, don't you? Yeah, absolutely. Typically, it'll be the same as a brake. So if you get a 40 to 45% recoil reduction with your brake, you're going to see the same thing with a suppressor. Oh, wow. So that's something that we sometimes forget to mention. A lot of people think about it strictly for, helping accuracy or, the sound protection and advantage for hunting, but the recoil obviously is also a huge benefit as well. And one of the things I always go back to is if you're introducing somebody to shooting, you got a young shooter or somebody who's new to it, starting them off with a suppressed either pistol or rifle. I mean, a lot of young people, got a new rifle for Christmas this year. And a lot of them these days are coming from the factory threaded, or obviously you guys will thread the barrels for people as well, but putting a suppressor on there makes it quieter and reduces the recoil, and it stops the progression to developing a flinch before you get there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my daughters have the pink Ruger 1022 takedowns, and they love the little 1022 silencer. Just screw right on. They came threaded. It's a game changer. I think that it's almost you have to remind someone, hey, remember it's a firearm, because it's so quiet, especially with the rimfires.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, this is not a pellet gun. This is an actual firearm. We're shooting real bullets out here.
Exactly.
Got to be careful. So when's, all right, I'm going to spin back here because I did not know you were going to release this information. Tell me about this 46. When's that going to be available?
We're going to launch it at Industry Day at SHOT Show, like formally launch it. So, it'll be a modular unit. It'll be titanium. So, a lot of the benefits is it's constructed completely different than anything else on the market. So it's going to work being quiet on a lot of calibers, not just one or two. So, no, it'll definitely, hopefully we can have you come by Industry Day there at SHOT Show and let you shoot a few rounds through it.
God, that sounds like fun. Also, now, so when are people going to be able, I mean, you know what's going to happen. They're on your website right now trying to find it so they can order it while we're talking.
Boy, I'd say call my sales guys and tell you to get put on the wait list, because they're probably gonna beat me up for kind of letting the cat out of the bag.
Yeah,
but,
you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, probably. I'm used to that, though. So, yeah, I would say just call our 800 number on the website and say, hey, put me on the waiting list for this one, because you're right, there are supply issues with some of the other products out there in that 46 range. So it's good to be able to get one that's going to be in stock and lightweight, comes apart to clean, and all titanium.
And you're helping people set up their trust, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like I said, doing the silencer suppressor market since 2005, we've just seen a huge benefit for the gun trust, just allowing customers to add additional people on there so they could use it as well and kind of have joint ownership. And then also, so it defines who gets it when they pass away, so they don't have to worry about that.
Right.
The laws changed in like August of 2016, where they started doing background checks on everyone on the trust. So typically we would set up a trust with just the primary person, and then at no charge, once it's approved, we can add anyone else really with a stroke of pen. It doesn't have to go back through vetting or background checks or anything like that.
All right, here's a technical question, and you may not know. I may have to talk to one of your specialists, but if you have a trust and you have several members of your family and some of them live in a state where they actually can't have a suppressor, can they be on the trust? I mean, obviously they can't have a suppressor in that state, but they could still be on the trust for purposes of bequeathment and such.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's pretty common to put people on a trust and then they would just use it in the state where they're lawful. So you're right, like they can be on the trust. So I've run, people through the background check part with ATF, and even if they live in Illinois or New York, New Jersey, they'll still run the background check the same way. But, obviously the dealer can't transfer it to someone unless they're in a state where it's lawful. So there'd have to be, in that scenario, at least another person on the trust in a state where it's lawful to sort of take possession of it. But, yeah, it's still a problem. I mean, years ago when they were, unlawful in Minnesota residents would set up trust in, say, like North Dakota, and as they would drive through, they would, pick them up out of the bank, where they would store them in like a safety deposit box, and then use them in North Dakota to hunt prairie dogs with, and then put them back in a safety deposit box as they headed home. Yeah,
they would go visit their suppressors.
Yeah, exactly. Oddly enough, the banks don't consider them a firearm, so they would let them store them in their safety deposit boxes. So, of course, silencers are now legal in Minnesota, but in some of the states where they weren't, and guys were really particular about wanting to use them for varmint hunting, they would store them in a state where they were lawful and have be on the same trust with someone who could legally own it.
That's pretty cool. Tell you what, and you guys, for those who don't know, if you go take a look at the Silencer Central website, you'll see all the suppressors you guys have. You got really high-end, state-of-the-art suppressors for, the 223, the 30 calibers. It's quite a good line, and they are actually, I find them to be very affordable.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we do the easy pay where people can pay while they wait. There's no interest or anything like that. So then you don't feel like you're paying for something up front, waiting for it to get approved. You can just, it's almost like a layaway program.
And if you don't know what you're looking for, the guys there will help you out. When I talk to your people on the phone, they are just, they're delightful, honestly. They're fun to talk with. They know their stuff, we have kind of a conversation. I mean, sometimes I'm thinking, God, somebody's going to say, you should be, move on to the next person. Go, no, we're just having a conversation about suppressors and learning stuff. So it's great to talk to your people. Oh, yeah, no, they have fun. I mean, I was kidding with our sales director that they are all big hunters. So it's,
that's usually our biggest time of the year when it's cold out. And, of course, all of them want to go out and hunt. So I'm like, we might have to hire some more people just to fill in the slots while all these guys are out hunting.
Exactly. I understand. Hey, Brandon, thank you so much for spending some time educating us. It's just always helpful when you come in here and kind of fill us in.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you having me anytime. We'd love to be a part of your program.
Good deal. Well, I'll tell you what, I will see you at SHOT Show in Vegas in about 3 weeks, something like that now.
Yeah, not long.
Good deal. All right. Thanks so much,
good.
sir.
Thank you, sir. You too.
All right. Take care. It's funny, he mentioned there are people going out and hunting. I was poking around on the web last night and found I was on the Reading Reloading website. And one of their little links, it says job opportunities. I clicked on that because I always want to see, what's going on in the industry. And it was the funniest listing because it's talking about, we're a great place to work and, all this, a family-owned business, and, we've got full medical with dental. And then it had this great line that says, and of course, we close for the entire first week of deer season. They went, okay, that's cool. They're in upstate New York, and people say, well, it's New York. Yeah, but upstate New York is a whole different world up there. And they close their company for the entire first week of deer season so their employees can go hunting. How cool is that? I don't remember, it probably isn't done anymore, but there was a time when it was either Pennsylvania or Michigan, somebody maybe fill me in, when they would close the public schools the first week of deer season, or maybe the first few days of deer season, because the idea was, well, nobody's going to be coming to school anyway, because everybody's going to be going hunting. We're going to have like half the people are not going to be here. It's like a blue flu or something, but it's a blaze orange flu in this case. And I always thought that was pretty cool. My memory says it was either Michigan or Pennsylvania or maybe parts of the state. If somebody knows, maybe they can fill me in, 866 Talk Gun. Jim says, I know they did in northern Michigan, he says, years ago. Yeah, it seems like that was a while back. So there you go. Oh, speaking of Michigan, I just had that flashy thought of, I was up there, many years ago when Fred Bear, the famous archer, and the Fred Bear company, archery company, of course, and got to spend a little time with him. He had a really interesting practice protocol that I could pass along to you. He said, I will go out, I was practicing archery, getting ready for bow season. He says, I go out, get all my gear, and fire one shot, and then go back in. I said, what? One shot? He says, yeah, one shot. He says, because if you go out there and you start flinging arrows, what are you teaching yourself? That by the time you get 20 or 30 or 40 shots in, you ought to be pretty good? He says, no. You got to be able to make the shot with your first shot. So when he practiced, he would go out and shoot one arrow, retrieve it, and then go back in. And that's how he practiced. Now, you talk about needing to focus. You go, okay, my entire practice session today is this one shot. Well, that applies perfectly to making a shot on a deer or whatever it is you're hunting. And I thought about that, no wonder this guy is like one of the best in the world. And he could stalk, he could actually sneak up on a deer close enough to touch it. It was amazing. Really something out there. All right, we're open lines now, 866 Talk Gun. What are you shooting? And did you get anything special for Christmas?
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with a low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
If it's what people are talking about in Shreveport-Bossier, you can bet they heard us talking about it first. The place for breaking news and trending talk is 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
There's nothing like ringing in the new year in Baton Rouge. And this year, you can join us in counting down to 2022 at Red Stick Revelry, presented by Bank Plus, Baton Rouge's annual New Year's Eve celebration. Complete with fun activities, music, fireworks, the Red Stick drop in Town Square, and more. It's time to say hello to 2022 in Louisiana's capital city. Head to visitbatonrouge.com for more information and join us in the new year using hashtag Explore Baton Rouge.
See website for details on our 2-month subscription offer.
Ladies, lose weight, improve your health, and eat great with Nutrisystem. Get our new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein. They're big and filling and taste delicious. Plus, try our new restaurant faves that taste like your favorite restaurant, portioned with half the calories. Beef and bean burritos, toasted ravioli, sesame beef and broccoli. Easy to prepare and made in minutes. The secret? Advanced nutritional science that helps keep your blood sugar levels steady and you losing weight. With Nutrisystem, you get your breakfasts, lunches, dinners, and snacks all delivered right to your door. Just go to Nutrisystem.com/meals right now and get 50% off. You heard me right. Go to Nutrisystem.com/meals right now and get 50% off all plans. Don't wait. This special offer will not last long. Just go to Nutrisystem.com/meals right now and get 50% off. Go to Nutrisystem.com/meals.
Hi, this is Josh Groban. My favorite thing about music is its ability to inspire and nourish the soul. That's why I'm proud to work with Feeding America, an organization that inspires hope for families in need and helps nourish the 16 million kids in this country struggling with hunger. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and helps get it to kids in need, but they can't do it alone. Find out how you can help at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Jill, why don't you tell the class what you did this weekend?
Well, my dad and I went in search of some magical minnows and found a zillion of them in the stream from our lookout rock. Then my sister and I escaped from an evil slug king and went back to my super twig fort for safety. Then we told stories till it got dark, and the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Where were you, Jill?
We went to the forest. It's not that far away.
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I'm probably okay to have one more drink before I drive home. I'm probably okay. I open the window to stay alert. Probably okay. I just popped some gum in my mouth.
Step out of the car, please.
I probably made a mistake.
Probably okay isn't okay when it comes to drinking and driving. If you see a warning sign, stop and call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Dad, this is fun. I didn't think I liked kayaking.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, but I think it's time to head back in.
Okay. Can we come back?
Sure. Hey, be careful getting out of the boat.
It's a kayak, Dad.
I'm gonna return the kayak.
Can we walk home?
How about a taxi?
It's a short fare from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a neighborhood park or green space near you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
Streams are where our kids play. And dogs splash. Many provide the water we drink. But are those streams clean and safe? For most local streams, no one knows. That's a problem. One the Isaac Walton League of America can help you solve with the Clean Water Challenge. To learn more and get involved, visit iwla.org. That's iwla.org.
To some, a baby's babbling doesn't mean much, but it does. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Learn more at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The Keel app is brought to you by Office Furniture Source. Download the app today. Keel.org.
Back with you. Tragic story coming out of Los Angeles. Los Angeles police officers respond to a report of an assault at a Burlington coat factory maybe, department store in North Hollywood Thursday. So they found a suspect and they fired at him. Turned out the suspect didn't have a gun. So they shoot at this guy, shooting up the place. going to bring us right to rule number 4 of the 4 rules of gun safety. You remember all the rules, right? All guns are always loaded. Number 2, never point a gun at anything you're not willing to destroy. Number 3, keep your finger off the trigger until your sights are on the target and you have decided to shoot. And number 4, very important, even in a gunfight, know your target and what's behind it. Know your target and what's behind it. They shoot this guy. I don't know how many rounds they fired. We're going to find out. We're going to get the video on. And when it's all done, they're looking around. There's a hole in the wall behind where this guy was. Bullet hole. And they go look in there in the dressing room. There's a 14-year-old girl in there shot to death by the police, who missed the guy they were shooting at, punched a hole in the wall and killed her. She's just in there trying on a dress. The takeaway, there are a lot of them, but one takeaway I would offer for you is when you are considering in your mind and running through your self-defense scenario, understand that you are responsible for every bullet you fire. Where is it going to go? Where is it going to stop? Have you considered the background? There may be places where you simply can't shoot. But what if, no. Bunch of people in the background, can't shoot. Or, if you start to think about this stuff, you think, oh, here's a way I could do that. I could drop down to one knee if I have to shoot straight up, right up at this guy. So that if any pass-through I get or anything that happens to miss, hope I don't miss, flies over the head of anybody in the area. Oh, there's a thought. Or I could move over here, and now there's a brick wall behind the attacker. Oh, but that would take time, Tom. Yep. You are one of the good guys. You don't get to just shoot indiscriminately. Bad guys do. I know. They don't have the same rules we do. But we have the rules because we're the good guys and gals. I would also offer, when you see a lot of these videos of police shootings, you see bang, 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 bang. Are we really aiming? Are we really controlling our shots here? Are we really thinking that we're responsible for every bullet and everything that happens with every shot fired? Questions for you. This is tragic. They shot this guy who didn't have a gun. Sprayed bullets. Killed this girl in a room. Wasn't involved in anything. And no, it's not the first time that the cops have killed innocent bystanders. No, it's not. But it can be, just as we study aircraft accidents, pilots, you study this and go, what can I learn from this? How would I change my behavior? How would I change my thought processes? And you incorporate it into your scenarios that are in your head. Rule number 4, all the rules of gun safety are actually rules of gun fighting, and we have applied them to everything else. But they were actually developed for gun fighting by Colonel Cooper. Rule number 4 applies. You know, when you see these stories, say, well, you know, he fired several shots, but he didn't think he hit anything. Oh, you hit something. The bullets went somewhere. And if you are unaware of where they went, if you don't know where they went, you probably shouldn't have been pulling the trigger in the first place. Agree or disagree? 866-TALK-GUN. Rusty's with us out of Shreveport on line 5. Hey, Rusty, thank you for your patience. What's on your mind, sir?
Yes, sir. A perfect conversation today because we're talking about suppressors.
Okay.
I'm a fortunate man. My wife bought me a 35 wheeler for Christmas.
Ooh, nice.
It's a threaded barrel. It's got a muzzle brake on it, and I've got a buttload of suppressors, and I'm wondering what suppressor can I use with this gun?
Well, let me back up. For those who don't know, they're thinking, what did he just say? 35 Whalen. It's basically a 30-06 necked up to 35 caliber. It is a great caliber. What kind of rifle?
It's a CVA.
Fabulous. The main thing is, first of all, we're going to start off with the obvious. It's got to be at least 35 caliber, right?
Yes, sir.
The suppressor. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to have a real problem. Number two, it's got to be a rifle-rated caliber. So if you had, for instance, a 45 caliber suppressor, but it was made for a 45 caliber pistol, that's not going to work.
Which I do have one. But
Okay. Now, do you say, when you say you have one, do you have a 45 suppressor that's a pistol
Yes,
suppressor?
sir.
Okay.
But
That
I also
would,
have them for 300 blackout as well.
yeah, well, that's not going to work.
I didn't think so. That's why I
No.
called you.
Yeah, because you got to trying to shove a 35 caliber bullet through a 30 caliber hole. I think that's a one-shot deal, and then we've ruined everything.
It blowed the end out of it.
You know what the good news is here, Rusty? The good news is you get to buy a new suppressor.
Okay, well, I've got a trust y'all were just talking about. But I've got suppressors for 4.8 shot tech, 3.75 shot tech, and a 3.38 Lapua.
Oh, well, those are
thread pattern as big as a quarter, you know.
Those will work. Not the 338. Again, you got a 33 caliber hole and you're shedding a 35 caliber bullet. But if you've got something for anything bigger than 35 and it's rated for rifles, you're good to go. And you can use a bigger. I mean, you could use a 40 caliber or 45 caliber on your 35 caliber, your 35 Wayland. Not a problem.
Do they make an adapter if the threads don't match, or?
They do, and what I would do, if you go look at the Silencer Central website, they've got their phone number. In fact, if I go there, I could probably find it. If you give a call, like I say, they are really knowledgeable and very nice, and I always learn stuff whenever I talk to them. And you can call and say, look, this is what I got. Do you have adapters, or what do I need? By the time you're done, you're liable to get an order for that brand new 46 that he was just talking about, because I
heard y'all. I was going to listen to you.
You'll be second in line because I'm first, dude. That's just what it is,
Okay, appreciate that.
Oh gosh. Well, good luck with it.
I appreciate that. So I want to make sure before I shot through that 300 blackout and blowed the end of my gun off.
That would probably be a good idea. Good idea. Thanks, Rusty. Appreciate the call. All right, Barry, Casey, don't go anywhere. Quick break. We're going to get to you when we come back. 866 Talk Gun. Gun Talk will return.
A passion for shooting and hunting has driven product innovation at Hodgson Powder Company since 1947. Innovations like black powder substitutes, muzzle-loading pellets, and smokeless powder features like anti-copper fouling agents or temperature insensitivity. A family business from the beginning, Hodgson Powder Company is the largest U.S. supplier of smokeless, black powder, and black powder substitute propellants and the leader in reloading data for enthusiasts and newcomers alike through the Reloading Data Center. Hodgson Powder Company, the gunpowder people.
Your gun rights are under attack as never before. Joe Biden's administration has promised to rip away your constitutional rights, making good on the promises they made to the gun ban lobby. It's time to get off the sidelines and get in the fight. The Second Amendment Foundation's actions in dozens of landmark lawsuits have pushed back these gun grabs, but we need your help. Join and support the Second Amendment Foundation. Go to saf.org. That's saf.org.
The Mossberg MC2SE Micro-Compact 9mm pistol features a slim, compact frame with double-stacked magazines up to 14+1 capacity, a flat-profile trigger with a short reset, and an optics-ready slide. Aggressive texturing on the grip and palm swell equal a firm grip in a variety of shooting conditions. The Mossberg MC2SE also utilizes a safe takedown system for easy cleaning. Find out more at mossberg.com.
You got to read between the lines sometimes when you're reading these news stories. I get a lot of stories sent to me about home invasions. And while they certainly do happen, two things come to mind. One is that, if you don't open the door, you got a pretty good chance of not having a home invasion, or at least you have enough time to protect yourself, that is to arm yourself if somebody's beating on the door. But the reality is, I think, and hardly ever does it get mentioned, but you can just kind of read between the lines on these stories, I think a fair number of the home invasion stories that I read are some kind of drug-related thing, or criminals robbing other criminals, people who know each other, and they're all involved in criminal activities. not, they say no honor among thieves, and that certainly would be true here. Just kind of a thought as you're filing things away and looking at these stories, start applying that filter to it and go, oh, yeah, that one might be one of those. Just a thought for you here. Barry is in Carson City, Nevada on 4. Hey, Barry, thank you for calling in. What's on your mind?
Hi, Tom. I was going to get a new semi-automatic shotgun, and I wanted to get one with a pistol grip. I kind of have it narrowed down between a Beretta and a Benelli. There might be something else out there that might be just as good, but I thought I'd get your opinion on that one, or on that question.
Okay, well, let's back up, because I want to know, when you say a pistol grip, are you talking about the cruiser style that does not have a stock at all?
Well, no, what I mean is it would have a straight stock, but there's like a little grip to hang on it behind the trigger.
Yep, I got you. Okay.
Maybe I worded it wrong. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. And I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I would say yes, it's a pistol grip. It's just not one of the cruiser little short deals.
No, sir.
You're looking at either, you said Benelli or Beretta?
Yeah, that's the only ones I could find that seem to have one. There might be more, but I don't have too much to look at. I got a computer, but not much comes up on it.
Let's see. In semi-auto, you may be right. I just was looking at Mossberg. I think they only have them in a pump. Here's the deal about choosing between Beretta and Benelli. Close your eyes, flip a coin. You talk about not having to worry about it. You're just not going to make a bad decision. Those are like some of the best made shotguns ever.
Right.
You know what it's going to come down to, don't you? It's going to be which one can you find and which one is at a price that you like.
Yeah, well, actually, that ties into the second question, too.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find a Beretta or a Benelli, and that new Browning DA-35, since I heard you talk about them on your show a while back.
You're talking about the Springfield Armory SA-35.
Oh, FA, sorry about that.
Yeah. SA, it's like for Springfield Armory, SA-35. They are in short, well, not that they're in short supply, they're just all being purchased. I mean...
Well, yeah, I know. It's great. I mean, that was, whoever thought of that had a heck of a good idea.
Brilliant. Question for you, have you actually put an order in with a gun store?
No, because they said that they got everyone. I talked to Shields and then some local places around here, and I really can't put it in order because they say, well, when they come in, it's like a first come, first serve.
Well, that kind of, they're being lazy. What I would say is, can I give you money now so when it comes in, it's mine? I'm not talking about getting in line, just put my name down. I'm talking about giving you money so that the first one that comes in belongs to me.
Right. Well, I even told him I'd give him a little bit more than that, and he said, well, they already got, or the one, Shields said, like, first come, first serve, but the local gun dealers around here said, even if you pay for it, I've got, people ahead of you still waiting.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but at least you're going to have to get your place in line. There are a lot of people lined up for it, but, and the other thing is, be willing to drive, you say, okay, I'm going to contact 50 gun stores in an area that's 100 miles around me. And I'm just going to call them and say, look, the first one says, yeah, I'll take your order and put your order in. Good deal. We're good to go.
Right.
It's this crazy world we're in, but I'm kind of bummed if somebody says, I won't take your order, but whatever comes in just goes out the door, whoever, no, that's lazy.
Yeah.
That's not taking care of the customer.
Yeah, well, it's a heck of a nice-looking gun. My brother adopted mine, so anyway.
Yeah, it's very nice. Well, yeah, like I say, I don't think you can go wrong with either Beretta or Benelli. I mean, it's just, those are really good guns. I wish you luck with it, sir. Let's go talk with Casey in Sidney, Arkansas. Hey, Casey, what's on your mind?
Hey, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
You heard you talking about letting school out.
Right.
We live here in Arkansas, and the first 2 days of every year, modern gun season, they would let us out of school. If we didn't tear up the campus during Halloween, that was kind of the deal.
So they had the motivation, look, if you guys don't tear up everything during Halloween, then we're going to let you have the opening day of deer season off.
Exactly, and nobody would touch that school.
That's funny. I got a note from somebody that says in Pennsylvania they would do that for the opening day back when opening day was on Monday, but then they changed it to a Saturday so they didn't have to do that. So, but the whole idea of closing down public schools, letting the kids out of school to go deer hunting, I just love that. So it's, in Casey, that's a funny story. It's okay, all right, kids, you're going to get opening day off unless you tear up the school for Halloween. If you do that, no. And so that motivated them. And I'm sure there probably were kids that wanted to go, like, trash the school or do something. And the other kids are going, don't you dare. We want to get off for opening day of deer season. We want to go deer hunting. So it's a let them police themselves, police their own ranks. I love that idea. That is just terrific. All right, 866-TALK-GUN will get you in here. Did you get a gun for Christmas? Or did you give a gun for Christmas? I'd love to hear those stories. And, you know, some of my most memorable young Christmases were the ones where there was a long box waiting for me underneath the Christmas tree.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great rates, we gave this song surprisingly great lyrics.
Hey neighbors, when your claims get hard to file, State Farm's how to switch it up style. Great rates save you cash, so if you come join us, you'll get your coins up. Oh, now you know you can save that dough, and you're covered on your ride and your home. For great service on the low, then call up State Farm. It's time to switch it up.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whataburger has been making breakfast for almost 40 years, and burgers for almost 70 years. So, making a breakfast burger with fresh 100% beef, a hand-cracked egg, bacon, cheese, hash browns, and our creamy pepper sauce seems kind of obvious, right? Of course it does. Now. The limited-time breakfast burger is back. Served 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. at Whataburger.
Now streaming on Peacock.
Deep in the woods stands a lone door. What's behind the door? Nightmares. Your worst nightmares.
Time to fight your demons.
Who are you? I'm a weapon.
This girl is a cold soul killer.
I'm gonna end this thing.
Are you like the Terminator?
The Girl in the Woods. A brand new series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Don't miss the limited episode podcast series, Sustainably Speaking, featuring trailblazing leaders discussing how to improve sustainability and address climate change through innovation. Join Joshua Baca from America's Plastic Makers for these vital discussions with policymakers, academics, and industry pioneers about partnerships and policies that support advancements to meet this urgent challenge. Subscribe today, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
180 over 111, and I had a stroke. I couldn't speak or walk.
This is high blood pressure. Get back on your plan. Go to loweryourhbp.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
The stories you want to know about. We've got breaking news and trending talk right here on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. Hannity's here. Weekdays 2 till 5 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
All right, back with the 866 Talk Gun. Let's go to the phones. David with us out of Cheyenne, Wyoming on 5. Hey, David, what's on your mind?
Hey, how are you, sir? I'm glad to hear from you. We listen to your show every Sunday. And,
well, thank you.
I just wanted to, the fellow that was on before, the lady, talked about not bringing people to firearm that they really can't handle too well. And back in the 70s and 80s, I was a firearms instructor at a town in Georgia. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And she's from the Philippines. And I assumed, and you know how you get what you get for assuming, that she didn't know a whole lot about firearms because she was always kind of hesitant around them.
Right.
And I took her out to the range one day and took a little 22 and a little 38. And I was going to kind of ease her into using handguns.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a little Ruger 22. Anyway, got out there, and she looked at this 45 I had on my side, because I was a police officer at the same time.
Right.
And she said, well, why can't I shoot that? And I said, well, sweetheart, it's a little bit strong for a beginner. And she said, well, my daddy taught me how to shoot one of those. I said, really? She said, yeah, when she was 14 years old, her father, who was a colonel in the Philippine Army, went through the Bataan Death March. He was a pretty tough character, really nice guy, though. I met him once. And, and he apparently took her out and showed her how to use his 1911. And I didn't know that. And so I thought, well, you know, maybe it was something that looked like a 1911. And so I took her to the front of the range and put one round in the weapon after I showed her how to operate it when it was empty. And I took her, loaded one round in the weapon so that if anything, you know, untoward happened, it would only happen once.
Sure.
And so, you know, she promptly took it up and aimed it the way I taught her, and promptly put a round right in the center of the target at 15 yards. And I'm thinking, maybe she does know how to shoot this thing. So just an example of something, sometimes people assume things about firearms that they think they know, but here I was assuming something about my wife that I totally didn't know. Of course, also you learn things about your wife as you go on in life too.
That is funny. It's one of those deals of, and of course the flip side is you got people who would say, well, yeah, I know all about that, and they're wanting to be dismissive. And as an instructor, you can't take their word for that. You got to find out for sure. And often you can find out in the first few rounds. You go, yeah, this person really is good, or really is safe, or whatever. But as an instructor, you can't take somebody's word for it who says, oh, I know all about those. You go, yeah, right, you've been watching Call of Duty or something.
Exactly. Yeah. I've had that happen so many times on the firing line. The one biggest experience I've had over the years was with women. The men I would get on the firing range as a police instructor, you know, you get them out there, and Grandpa taught me how to do this, or my daddy taught me how to do this, and yada, 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 you know. And you get out there and you get the John Wayne types, and they're absolutely certain they know what you're doing.
Yep.
And you get out there and they can't hit the broadside of a barn from inside the barn. And, you know, but the women, for the most part, listen.
Well, yes, and that's why they end up being, in a lot of classes, the women end up being the better shots because they're paying attention. You know, exactly right. Great stories, David. I appreciate that, sir. You're talking about men who come out there, they know everything about it, they think they're terrific. The other part I find is that they're out there shooting 8, 10, 12, 14-inch groups at 7 yards, and they think that's just fine. They actually don't know what it means to be a good shot. And you say, we don't know. At 7 yards, you should be able to cover all your shots with a handgun with the palm of your hand or less. And it's like they're going, boy, who could do that? We'll talk about that on the backside here. 866-TALK-GUN. Give me a holler. We'll talk guns. I'm Tom Gresham. We'll be right back.
It happens a lot at Whataburger. You take your first bite and suddenly you have a flavor epiphany. When things come together in a flavorful flash of, well, first bite perfection. Melty cheese, crispy bacon, and the smoky heat of Hatch green chilies all coming together bite after perfect bite. Good thing there's the limited time Hatch Green Chili Bacon Burger and new Hatch Green Chili Bacon Chicken Sandwiches at Whataburger. Available by dine-in, drive-thru, curbside, and delivery. Delivery available in select locations. Fees may vary.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. They asked for a version they could access anywhere, no download necessary. We heard them. And when they asked to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds, we said absolutely. Feedback like this inspired us to build Thinkorswim Web. and it continues to push us. So our entire suite of platforms never stops getting better. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KEEL Shreveport, a Town Square media station.
Remembering a man once called South Africa's moral compass. I'm Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News. Retired Archbishop and Nobel Prize winner Desmond Tutu has passed away at the age of 90.
When President F.W. de Klerk abolished apartheid in the early 90s and Nelson Mandela became president, Tutu was appointed as head of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which brought together victims and perpetrators of the apartheid system. The public sharing of their experiences was seen as a national, official way to heal South Africa and forgive past sins. It was widely credited with saving South Africa from falling into further violence. In 2009, he received America's highest civilian award, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, presented to him by President Barack Obama. Amy Kellogg, Fox News.
President Biden said in a statement that he sends his condolences to the Tutu family, writing that his legacy transcends borders and will echo throughout the ages. As COVID cases rise, health officials in some areas say case numbers are going up among children. New York's health department says since December 5th, there's been a fourfold increase in pediatric hospitalizations concentrated in New York City and surrounding areas. Fox's David Lee Miller says as of tomorrow in the city,
partial vaccination no longer sufficient for kids 12 and older to take part in many indoor activities. Other cities are also implementing their own mandates. In Chicago next month, proof of full vaccination for those 5 and older will be required to enter restaurants, gyms, and many indoor settings. And later in the month, in the nation's capital, they're going to phase in their own vaccine mandate. Partial vaccination is okay to start, but by mid-February, full vaccination will be required for those 12 and older to enter most indoor facilities.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says as of December 16th, pediatric cases of COVID have increased 28%. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, it's Will Kane, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Join me as I share my thoughts on a wide range of topics, from sports and pop culture to politics and business. With the help of newsmakers and personalities, I will provide you my free, unfiltered, uncancelable opinion on the hottest topics in America.
The Will Kane Podcast. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. America is listening to Fox News.
Senate Democrats say they are discussing a range of possible reforms. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer recently wrote in a letter that they plan to debate federal voting legislation next year and, quote, if Republicans continue to abuse the filibuster and prevent the body from considering this bill, the Senate will consider changes to any rules which prevent us from debating and reaching final conclusion on important legislation. Maryland Democratic Senator Ben Cardin told Fox News Sunday,
I've been in the Senate for 15 years, and what I would like to see us is return to how the Senate was operating when I first came to the United States Senate, and that is allow issues to come to the floor of the Senate so we can debate. We're supposed to be the greatest debating society institution in the world. We need to be able to debate issues, but we also need to make sure that the minority have an opportunity to offer amendments and get votes on their amendments.
President Biden said in a sit-down interview last week that he would support making an exception to the filibuster rule to get voting legislation through. And a father in Oregon who used a well-known insult on a call with President Biden Friday now says he is being harassed.
It happened Friday while the president and first lady were answering phone calls children make to NORAD to track Santa.
I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
That was 35-year-old Jared Schmeck, a former police officer, referencing the popular anti-Biden slogan, which began earlier this year when at a NASCAR race, a TV reporter described a vulgar crowd chant directed at the president as, "Let's go, Brandon." Well, now Schmeck says he's received vague and threatening phone calls. He claims he was joking and told the Oregonian newspaper Saturday, he's being attacked for utilizing my freedom of speech.
Fox's Kevin Uretsky reports Schmeck says he has nothing against President Biden, but says he is frustrated and thinks the president could be doing more. I'm Jessica Rosenthal, and this is Fox News.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with the low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
At ADP, we work with more than 860,000 companies worldwide. That gives us a pretty good idea of how to help businesses grow stronger. Whether it's through data insights that help you make informed decisions about building a team that works better as a team, or by keeping you ahead of thousands of changing regulations so you can keep ahead of everything else. Like building that better team. Grow stronger with ADP. HR, talent, time, and payroll.
.com.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hannity's here. Weekdays 2 till 5 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
All right, back with you here, Tom Gresham. The number here is 866-TALK-GUN or Tom Talk Gun. Either way, we'll get you in here. We are Gun Talk. We talk about guns, well, and everything else that involves guns, learning to shoot them, how to store them safely, which guns to get. If you want to know more about some of the things we do, we also put out the First Person Defender and Guns and Gear television shows. You can watch them all over at guntalktv.com. That's guntalktv.com. Also on our Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, Android TV, iOS app. Pretty much anywhere you can get streaming video, you can look for Gun Talk. You can find it there. Also, if you want to run over, okay, this is just fun. Guntalk.com/shop. You can see our Biden tactical shirts. Yes, you heard me right. Biden tactical. I mean, I'm not even going to explain it to you. You just got to go look. Guntalk.com/shop. Before we get to our guests, let's get Trucker Dave in here on too. Hey, Trucker Dave, talk to me about this 10-year-old.
Hey, Tom, and Merry Christmas to you and Michelle and Jim.
You bet. Same back to you.
When I was 10, my dad had to work out of state that year, and my brother, who was 8 years older, palled around with me, and that was all good. But it was really great to have Dad come back home to our home base, which was South Florida at that time, after working a year in Indianapolis. And that Christmas, I was just so overjoyed to have Pop back in the house, you know. And we went through the usual Christmas deal with giving out the presents and all that. And I got one of those lever action pop guns that smokes because you put oil in the barrel somewhere and it made smoke when you pop.
Right.
Those were fun. And I was all thoroughly satisfied, but there was one thing still in the corner behind the tree, and it sure looked to me like a rifle case. But I said, no, that can't be for me. That's got to be for my brother, because he's old enough for that. Mm-hmm. But at the very end, after all the presents were opened, my dad said, Davey, there's one more gift for you. I said, no, Dad, that can't be mine. He said, oh, yes, it is. And so I took that case, I zipped that thing open, and out slid a Marlin Model 81 bolt-action 22 rifle.
Nice.
And that was my first firearm. My dad trusted me with that, and he, of course, we went through all the safe gun handling rules, and I spent many a day laying on the terrazzo floor dry firing that at a target at the end of the hallway, my dad would place a dime on the top of the barrel, and I was to learn how to pull my trigger without knocking that coin off that barrel, and I wasn't able to go shooting until I got that trigger control down.
Oh, I would die. That's terrific. So where's that rifle now?
That rifle now is in my gun cabinet. I've had it ever since. Don't fire it much now, but you know, I think I'm going to have to take it out and put some 22 rounds through it this year for, you know, in memory of a dear old Pop.
There you go. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. Was one of the things I had on my list to talk about people doing this year, and one of them was, of course, taking people out to the range and all that, but take these old guns out that you got from your dad or your granddad, take them out to the range, have a little fun shooting them, put a few rounds through them, and take your kids or your grandkids and tell them the stories about these guns. But just for you to have to go, I'm going to go take my mom's 257 Roberts out and shoot it. It probably hadn't been shot in 35 or 40 years. And I'm just going to do that just because we need to do that.
We do need to do that. That's a great suggestion, and I'm going to take you up on it.
Good deal. Great story. I appreciate that, Trucker Dave.
Thank you. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year. You take care. All right, let me bring in one of our really good friends, longtime friend. We've been doing TV and radio and training and stuff with Tiger McKee for so long, Shoot Right Academy. Tiger, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. How are you, sir?
Tom, we are doing great. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all of you guys. It's, as always, an honor and a pleasure to be on your show, sir.
Well, I appreciate all your time and everything you do. One of the things I've been thinking about is, you know, we hit this crossover point where we can get into a new year. We think about, okay, what just happened and what do we want to do next year? What can we do that's better? You know, I mean, everybody wants to lose weight. Okay, we can. That's a 3-day project, and then we're done with that. But, you know, in terms of shooting and all, one of the things I had on my mind, I was going to bounce off of you, is the idea of the need, and I don't know, maybe there's no need for it. I mean, you could tell me, but I kind of think there's a need for more firearms instructors. What do you think?
I certainly agree with you there. The more qualified instructors that there are, then the more people we're going to get trained up safely where they can use their firearm efficiently if necessary. So the more instructors, in my opinion, the better.
Now, here's what's interesting about that, and you would not even have thought of it because that's just who you are, Tiger. It's that you immediately said, yes, we need more instructors. Some people would say, well, that means more competition for Tiger from a business standpoint. You never even gave that a thought. It's just, this is what we need as the shooting community.
Well, it's, or at least in my opinion, it's not about competition. You know, we're trying to spread the gospel about safe firearms use. So it's in my, there's not even a competition element in there, or at least there should not be, right?
No, there should not be. And I find it's an interesting thing. People who are just getting into being instructors think that way about, oh, gee, how's this going to affect my business? And the longer they've been at it and the better they are at it, the less they worry about that, and the more they just want to say, we need to train as many people as we can, and it's going to take a whole lot more of us to do that.
There you go, exactly, yes, sir. And, you know, the NRA has, like, great programs to get your feet wet in the instructors. So, yeah, the more of that, the better, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, USCCA has programs. One of the things I was thinking about, it's interesting because you jumped right in there because you said qualified instructors, and getting a certificate that you are now a trainer does not necessarily make you qualified. I mean, it's one hoop to get through, one barrier to get over. But I would suggest, and this is, I'm going to say this for everybody who's already an instructor, because there are a lot of people who are instructors out there. I would suggest you, as an instructor, need to be taking a class somewhere from somebody at least once a year. Not a class on how to be a better instructor, but just a really good instructional class. What do you think?
Yes, sir, I agree, because, well, for one thing, we know that we'll develop bad habits we're not even aware of, so training under somebody, they might spot something that you didn't even know you were doing wrong or that you could do better. And then also, you know, it's the basic fundamentals never change, and then that's all should always be constant. And then you may learn or pick up something. Okay, here is a better way for me to teach this, according to how that instructor
Yes. Well, you know, and there people learn a lot of different ways. And one of the things I think you develop, and I mean, you've been at this a long time, and you are a really world-class instructor. It's figuring out that the way I'm explaining this to this person is not connecting, and stopping and back it up and coming through a different door.
That's an excellent point. So in addition to getting some firearms training regularly to make sure you're tuned up, you also need to kind of read and research, okay, here's how you teach stuff to people. Here are the different ways of learning and approaching a subject to get it across to your student.
Well, yeah, you become, it's not just about knowing guns. When you decide to become an instructor, you now are a teacher. You are an educator. And if you've never been into that world before, I mean, there's a reason that teachers go to school to become teachers. There is a science to how people learn, and figuring out, okay, some people learn this way, some people learn that way. And, you know, I've even seen it where, and I know you've done it, where you're just, for whatever reason, you know, good, bad, and different, you're not connecting with this student. And you just go over to another instructor who's on the range with you and say, look, could you go over and talk to this person? And all of a sudden, they have a connection that works.
Yeah, the light bulb turns on, right? Because they're approaching it from a little bit different standpoint. And, you know, something, like you said, it clicks there for that student.
You got to get your ego out of the way, don't you?
There's no room for egos on the range for anybody.
For anybody, student or instructor.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Before you got on, we were just talking to the guy who called in. He was an instructor, and he said, yeah, he says, I can't tell you how many people came up to the line and started giving me their resume of how much they know and what they've done and everything else, and thinking, yeah, how about if we just pick up a gun and start shooting? We're going to know all we need to know in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that gives you, you know, you can watch somebody load or unload a pistol and you go, okay, you're squared away, or we've got some work to do here.
Exactly right. Hold on a second here, Tiger. We'll come back. We're going to talk about some of the things you've been doing and maybe some tidbits for people to learn in terms of getting that thought process right, and maybe a little bit of recalibration as you head into the new year about how to be safe, how to spot things, and basically how to conduct yourself. Our number here is 866-TALK-GUN. We'll be right back.
SIG Sauer's P365, America's #1 selling gun, features magazine capacities of 10+1, 12+1, or 15+1, and is available in multiple configurations, including the SAS with integrated bullseye sight, the XL with an extended 3.7-inch barrel, and the XL Romeo Zero with the Romeo Zero micro red dot sight. The P365 is easy to shoot thanks to an ergonomic design and clean, crisp trigger. SIG Sauer, never settle.
This is Marty Hayes, president of the Armed Citizens Legal Defense Network. Do you have self-defense insurance or belong to an organization backed by an insurance company? If so, understand insurance companies do not have your best interests at heart. They work for themselves. We are different. Instead of insurance, we have our own legal defense fund of close to $3 million, money set aside for your defense. To learn more, go to armedcitizensnetwork.org. That's armedcitizensnetwork.org.
Celebrating 75 years of innovation wasn't enough for Timney Triggers. Timney decided to go big and introduce a game-changing Alpha Competition Series trigger for handguns, a first for the company. Currently available for Glock Gen 3s, 4s, and 5s, these new triggers offer a 3-pound trigger weight and crisp trigger break designed to keep you on target. And like all Timney triggers, are easy to install and come with a lifetime warranty. Find out more at TimneyTriggers.com.
All right, we're back in here. 866-TALK-GUN will get you in here. We're talking with Tiger McKee. He is the instructor, the owner, the developer of Shoot Right Academy, but also the author of what I think is truly a unique book, Tiger, the Book of Two Guns. It's a story about the AR-15 and the 1911, but that's almost hiding what the book is about. The book is more about the mindset and your personal journey to learn about using firearms in martial arts?
Yes, sir. And it doesn't matter what you're doing. 95% of success is how you're approaching it from a mental viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking about ego a minute ago.
Right.
You have to have a certain amount of confidence, right? But you can't let your confidence grow too big. So all of that falls into the mental aspects, because we're basically talking about problem solving at high speed. It's about being able to assess a situation and make decisions in sometimes fractions of a second. Here's how I need to respond to this problem.
One of the things that I've thought about, and it applies here, but in all things, is how do you know if you're any good at something? It's like, okay, I go out to the range, and the man or the woman who just goes out to the range and shoots by himself or herself or with a couple of friends and thinks, yeah, I'm pretty good at this, but has never put it to the test, never gone to a class, never done competition, has really no idea where he or she falls within the realm of, good, better, best, or really excellent. You got to go put it to the test somewhere, and it's best to do that at the range and not wait until you get tested in a self-defense situation.
Yeah, learning how to fight on the job is not a good idea, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you've got to, once you get those fundamentals down, and you're going, okay, I can manipulate the pistol properly, I can shoot it accurately, when I press the trigger, I get a good hit, then you got to start looking at the defensive aspects. And there again, that's where training comes in. A qualified instructor is going to tell you, okay, you're looking really good here. Okay, we need to do a little bit of work on this. And just through the range work, you develop that confidence. I can move, I can draw my pistol, I can use cover properly. If necessary, I can shoot accurately. And then if it, heaven forbid, you have to use this stuff in real life, you're going, okay, I've done this several thousand times on the range. This is no different.
Just apply what you've already learned to solve the problem and get through to the other side. Here's a question for you. You've done all this training, and you've given all this training, and you've trained with the best because you are a student of this as you go along. Having done all that, and you are very competent at this, what is your mindset in a situation such as a carjacking in terms of what you would do? I mean, some people are going to say, man, Tiger can just light those people up. And I'm thinking, I bet you that's not exactly where your mind is on something like that.
You know what? If they want my truck, they can have it. I mean, it's really old. It needs some work. But I don't want to put myself in a situation where I have to harm somebody, or maybe I get injured or hurt or worse over something that can easily be replaced.
It's
so still, again, at the top of a list of tactics is avoidance and escape.
It's so interesting to me that through the years, I've been doing this a long time now, working with you, working with Gunsight, working with Clint Smith. I mean, it just doesn't matter. The people, SIG Academy, all the people who are good at this, who have done it for years and really understand it, they all have the same answer. Give them the damn car. Don't.
For sure.
Don't. And that's, you know what? And that's where your ego gets caught up in it, doesn't it?
That's exactly it, yes, sir. Our ego gets us in trouble more than any. That's probably the cause of every problem in the world, right? Somebody's like, how dare you do this to me?
Yes.
Or I'm entitled to this, right?
And the thing is, yes, it's going to be inconvenient for a period of hours because they stole your car. Okay, call the police, call the insurance company, get it all taken care of. Or you could be in a hospital, or you could be in a body bag, or you could be facing trial for murder. I mean, none of these are very attractive compared to the alternative, which is, here's the keys, I'm out of here, dude, I'm gone.
Here's the deal, fighting is nowhere near as romantic as it looks in the TV and movies.
Oh, that's a good point. Now, what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, a lot of people get their education on fighting from what they see, which is TV and movies, which, as you know, and everybody else that works with this stuff knows, that's like a fairy tale, right?
It's nonsense. It is. It's just nonsense. It's same with gun training and everything else. You learn all your bad habits by watching bad stuff on TV and movies. But what you're saying is the same thing for actual fighting, like fist fighting and everything else. Because, I mean, when you get into a real fist fight or any kind of physical altercation, I mean, I always remember Clint asking people, says, how many have been on a fight? How many have been on the ground? If you've been in a fight, you've probably been on the ground.
And then you probably hurt really bad the next day, even if you won.
Yes, and that's probably just a schoolyard fight. We're not talking about a fight where somebody's trying to poke out your eyes or cut your throat or stick a knife in you.
But the thing is, if they want something, don't let your ego get in trouble. Give it to them. Now, if they're trying to take my truck and my wife is in it, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, no. All bets are off. You know, number one, I'm not going to get in a car and go anywhere with you. Number two, you're not going to take anybody who is important to me. I'm not going to let you hurt them. But as far as just physical property stuff, no. And
it can all be replaced.
And here's the thing, and we talk about this all the time, Tiger. You have to make that decision now because you cannot make it on the fly.
Yes, sir. Again, it's kind of difficult to come up with new skills in the middle of the confrontation. So you got to mentally, again, it gets back to the mental aspects. You got to decide, okay, here's 3 questions somebody should ask themselves before they get into a confrontation. Number 1, do you know the details? Because oftentimes, if it does not involve you directly, it's difficult to tell who the good and bad guys are. You with me?
Yeah.
Number 2, are you going to contribute to solving the problem, or are you going to complicate it for the people that show up need to solve the problem? So, like, we're in the big store shopping, and I hear gunshots, and me and 33 other concealed carry holders pull our pistols and start searching the store. At some point, the police are going to show up. They're going to have to treat all of us like a threat. So all we've done is complicate things.
Okay. Makes sense.
And then the third one is this worth risking my life? And that should be a very short list.
Yeah, and, you know, some people have a hard time with it's abstract when you talk about risking your life, and they think, well, you know, I can risk my life, and I try to point out to them, no, it's not just you being affected by that. It's everybody in your family, it's everybody who loves you, it's everybody who depends upon you. You are putting at risk all of them and the trauma and everything else. You know, is it worth it? Because somebody is carjacking somebody over there. Well, again, it's a car, and they're making more all the time. It's just, let it go.
Yeah, my primary job in life is providing and protecting Gretchen, my wife. If I get dinged up in something I had no business being involved in the first place, now I've forfeited that because I can no longer take care of her.
Oh, it's a great point, great point. I'm going to do something that we never do around here. Tiger, can we get you to hold on a little while?
Definitely, yes, sir.
Okay, you know, we never carry people over to the bottom of the hour. This is just too good. I'm enjoying talking with my buddy, Tiger McKee. Tiger, what's the website, or how can they find out about what you're doing these days?
Shootright.org.
Okay, and it's SHOOTRITE.
Even better than that.
Okay.
Give me a call.
Okay, give out your phone number.
256-582-4777.
There you go. But don't call him right now, because we're going to be talking to him when we come back right here on Gun Talk.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with a low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
Every year, compliance regulations change thousands of times. And every year, ADP makes thousands of seamless platform updates so businesses can focus on everything else, like running their business. Grow stronger with ADP. HR, talent, time, and payroll.
News, from City Hall to the state capitol and around the world. Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. KeelNews.com.
Sustainability is a critical issue, and on the new Sustainably Speaking podcast, we'll talk with trailblazing leaders who champion solutions to ensure a more sustainable and low-carbon future. Subscribe today and don't miss this limited episode podcast.
Steven.
Who said that?
Me, down here.
Ugh, what are you, a yellow booger?
I'm a banana slug, Steven.
What are you doing in my room?
I'm your sense of adventure. It's been a long time since we've had an adventure in the forest.
Mom took me to the forest last year.
I'm a slug, Steven. It took me a long time to get here.
You're right. I should get out.
Yeah, the forest is not that far away.
Hey, Mom!
Come to the forest where the more adventurous you lives. Check out discovertheforest.org for cool places nearby. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Family about staying in touch during a disaster amid the chaos? Or is the best time perhaps today? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
News from City Hall to the state capitol and around the world. Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. KeelNews.com.
Hey, Dr. Phil here. I help people solve difficult and trying personal problems every day on my TV show, but there's one problem that's just got me stumped: childhood hunger. Nearly 16 million children in America struggle with it. That's 1 in 5 kids who may not know where their next meal is coming from, despite the fact that there's more than enough healthy, nutritious food out there to feed them all. Now, I don't know about you, but that is unacceptable to me. Luckily, the Feeding America network of good people is out there collecting surplus food and giving hope to hungry children and their families at local food banks all across the country. But let's face it, they can't do it without your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council. Together, we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan?
Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay. Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Next Thursday, you will be caught in an extreme flash flood.
Disasters don't plan ahead, but you can. Talk to your loved ones about making an emergency plan. Get started today at ready.gov/plan. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
3, 2, 1. Oh no. Which button am I?
When every second counts, you can't wing it.
Guys, a little help up here?
In a home fire, you may have less than 2 minutes to get out. So make a family home fire escape plan. Then practice home fire drills at least twice a year, so everyone knows what to do when they hear. Prepare your family at ready.gov/firedrill. Brought to you by FEMA, the Ad Council, and Make Safe Happen.
Don't miss Moon. Weekdays 9 till 11 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.org.
All right, we're back with you. Tom Gresham. It is Gun Talk. 866-TALK-GUN. Get you in if you want to join the conversation. Now would be a good time. We got Tiger McKee on the line. We're basically wrangled him in and won't let him go. So, Tiger, thank you for spending some more time with me.
Oh, man, yeah. I wish we could spend more time together, but it's a crazy world these days, right?
Yeah, it is. All right, got to ask my standard question. How's Gretchen?
She is doing well. She's actually doing her painting. She's got an art degree, so she's painting full-time now.
Yeah.
I'm teaching and working in the gun shop here, so we're living the dream, brother.
So she's still mean as a snake, then?
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to be careful what you say or do around her.
Yeah, sweetest thing in the world. But I always ask Tiger, how's Reggie? Well, you know, she's mean as a snake. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. While she passes you the biscuits. Come on, give me a break. So, for those who are thinking, I like this guy, I want to do some training with him, can they still come to your place in Gunnersville?
Yes, sir, for sure. Now, we're not doing, like, beginner classes anymore because, like we were talking about earlier, there's a bunch of good instructors out there that can get you through the fundamentals.
Okay.
So we're just kind of focusing on, okay, you've got these fundamentals. Now, here's how you fight with this thing if you need to.
I like that because what you're really teaching, as we like to say, the operative word in gunfight is fight. What you're really teaching is fighting, and we're going to use a firearm for that.
Yes, sir. So you got the fundamentals of responding to a threat are move, communicate, use cover, shoot if necessary, and then you got to be thinking to solve the problem. So shooting's way down on the list, and if you're moving to cover, issuing verbal commands, that kind of stuff, you may get what we call the psychological stop. You change the threat's mind about what they thought they were going to do. You're not the victim they thought you were going to be.
Here's a thought, and we're just going to kind of ramble here. Feel free to jump in with anything that hits your head, but I just am thinking about this story that came out of California this last few days. Tragic story. The police go in. This guy supposedly doing an assault. They ended up shooting him up. He didn't have a gun, and that's not really relevant to this deal, but one of the bullets fired by the police officers went through a wall and killed a 14-year-old girl who was in a dressing room trying on a dress. And I was making the point earlier, the 4 rules of gun safety apply even in the middle of a gunfight, don't they?
Especially in a gunfight. So obviously you're keeping the muzzle pointing in a safe direction, finger off the trigger, and then rule number 4, you got to be sure of your target and your backstop. When you launch that bullet, you have to be sure that it's not going to go somewhere and create damage that you cannot afford.
Give us some suggestions on how we can do that. That number 4.
Well, again, it gets into problem solving and thinking, and then knowing those fundamentals. I may have to move to get a clear angle of attack on the threat so that I do have something to trap any rounds that miss, or maybe something kind of punches through. So I've got to be thinking about where's this bullet going if it does not hit the threat. So again, it's being able to think. A lot of this boils down to geometry, right? We thought we'd never use it after we got out of school. But you got to be thinking about angles.
Yeah, and there may be situations, in fact, there may be a lot of situations, and you do the same thing I do. We're kind of sitting there in a store or a mall or someplace, and you're thinking, there is absolutely no good angle here. If something broke out, there's nowhere I can shoot where there's a safe backstop, and so you may not be. You may just decide, in this situation, I couldn't shoot.
Yes, sir, for sure. And like knowing when to shoot is important, but knowing when you should not be pressing that trigger is probably more important.
Yeah, this is that thought process. A lot of this you could pick up. Do you still have copies of your book, by the way?
Oh, yes, sir, for sure.
Yeah, the Book of Two Guns, I highly recommend it. It's really that good. All right, so question for you. I'm going to switch on you some more.
Now, let's back up real quick and touch base on something.
Sure.
One option to that is to go for pelvis shots, which put the threat on the ground. They do a great job of stopping the threat, but it also allows you to shoot at a lower angle.
Especially if you're up close, you could just angle down.
Yes, sir.
Yep, you just close the distance, get right up on top of them, and shoot down into the pelvis. Now you're angling down, and even if you get a pass-through, it's going into the floor.
Yes, sir.
As we see all these new guns coming out, and they're coming out like crazy these days, and you and I love our 1911s, but we shoot everything. What's your general impression on the options and the quality of the guns, the pistols particularly, that we're seeing these days?
It's never been better. We're living in like the golden age of firearms. They're making about anything and everything you could desire. They're making it in small compact packages, big full size, and everything in between. Like if you can't find a firearm that fits you these days, then you got some real problems.
Okay, and we won't even go into what those might be.
But yeah, it's, I mean, have you ever in your life seen so much great quality stuff coming out of them?
And great quality stuff at pretty affordable prices. I mean, I'm thinking about the MMPs, the Shields, the P365, the Hellcats, the Ruger Max 9, even the new LCP Max, which is still a little bitty LCP, but now it's a 10+1. These are great options.
Yeah, and then Springfield just came out with a new high power, so that was my favorite of this year.
That is so sweet, and it shoots great too. It's got a really good trigger.
Yeah, from the factory, it's got a better trigger than a lot of my Brownings did.
Amazing, isn't it? It's just, I mean, it really is something else. And the other thing that's changed from last year to this year is there are guns on the shelves now. You can actually find guns.
Yes, sir. And the other thing is, you know, you're familiar with this. You used to have to buy a pistol, then you sent it to a gunsmith to do all the modifications it needed for concealed carry, duty use, or whatever. Now you can get like 98% of what you need right out of the box.
You really can, and I would suggest that instead of buying a $500 gun and then we'd put $500 or $1,000 into it to get it ready, now you could buy a $500 gun and then go buy $500 or $1,000 worth of training.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Which is worth a whole lot more than the finest trigger you could put on there, because most of the guns now, the duty trigger pull is just fine. It's everything you need. It really is. It's all you need. So is there still a place for the AR-15 when you're talking about self-defense?
Definitely. And, you know, there's been a few that pop up every often where this person used their AR-15 to defend their family, home, or whatever. So, yeah, I think the AR-15 is like the lever action of old days. Everybody needs one.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, and last question I'm going to ask you, red dots on self-defense guns.
On long guns, rifles, AR, that kind of stuff, I love them. Mm-hmm. On pistols, I think they're the wave of the future, but I've been working with iron sights on pistols for like 50-something years. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure if I can make that transition. But I know that people that bring them in, they're functioning good, they're working, everything's squared away there. It does make it a lot easier to shoot accurately, and especially at longer distances or smaller targets.
It definitely does. Tiger, again, I thank you for so much. I just, taking advantage of you and keeping you on longer than I ask you, but we always have good fun here.
It's been a pleasure, sir. It's always great to talk with you, and I appreciate everything that you guys are doing to help hold the line on our gun rights.
Well, thank you, sir. For those who want to take a look at it, ShootRite, SHOOTRITE.org there. And you'll just look for Tiger McKee. Tiger, again, thank you, and tell Gretchen hello for us, please.
We'll do it, sir. Stay safe.
All righty, you too. 866-TALK-GUN. Now we're open lines. If there's something on your mind, or you want to just kind of mull around some of the things we've been talking about, let's talk guns.
Raise your firearms to a better way of buying your silencer. We are Silencer Central, creators of a revolutionary process in which headaches and hassles are forever silenced by simplicity and common sense. It's a process that's smarter, easier, and ensures you get the silencer you need delivered right to your front door. Learn more about Silencer Central's easy buying process at silencercentral.com or call 888-781-8778.
Hunters and anglers are great for our economy, generating $76 billion annually. Hunters and anglers keep people working, supporting 1.6 million jobs. Hunters and anglers are wildlife conservation's backbone. Ducks Unlimited's mission is to fill the skies with waterfowl now and forever. Hunters and other sportsmen and women have stood behind DU's commitment to wetlands conservation for 84 years and counting. Want to help? Visit ducks.org and become a DU member today.
Have you just purchased your first firearm? Millions of Americans have made personal protection a priority, and Smith & Wesson has created a resource to welcome first-time gun owners into the firearms community. It's called Smith & Wesson Gun Smarts. Hosted on Smith & Wesson's YouTube channel, the Gun Smarts video series covers a variety of training topics. Become a confident, responsible gun owner. Visit Smith & Wesson on YouTube and see what Gun Smarts has for you.
All right, we're back, and we're open lines. If there's a question you have, give me a holler. If you have the answer, I'll come up with a question. We'll play Jeopardy. Sounds good. 866-TALK-GUN will get you in here. Oh, I always like talking with Tiger. You know, one of the things he does is he thinks through these situations. It's not just a firearms instructor. He's teaching you safety, how to make yourself safe, how to think about things, how to get out of situations. Move, communicate, shoot. Can you draw while you're moving? Can you shoot while you're moving? Can you reload while you're moving? Have you practiced this enough to where it's second nature, where you don't even have to think about it? That's the level you need to get to. And then you have to keep training and keep shooting, keep practicing to maintain that level. Charlie's joined us out of Joplin, Missouri. Hey, Charlie, thanks for calling in.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be on, Tom. Thank you for having me.
What's on your mind, sir?
Well, I'm blind. I've been blind for 13 years, and I took a concealed carry class last year, and I passed a class, not just in verbal, but also in shooting.
Okay.
And then, and I don't know how many people do this, but my county sheriff wouldn't give me the certificate, which I understand. We discussed it. He's a personal friend.
Okay.
But I shot from the hip, not pointing out the front. And what the instructor did, he went over to the target, talked to me from the target, and then he moved around behind me, and then I pulled it out of my holster and locked my elbow in and shot, and it shoots straight to the target.
Very interesting. Now, I take it you were a shooter before you became blind.
A little bit. Not radical, but some.
Okay. All right. So now in Missouri, I'm trying to remember. Do you have constitutional carry there? Can you carry without a permit now?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay. So you don't need the permit now.
No, I don't need it, and I knew that when I went into the class.
Okay.
I wanted to see if I could pass the test, the shooting test.
That's very interesting. So, do you carry?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't, and for the main reason is, like the sheriff said, if there's a hostage situation, who are you going to shoot at? And which I understand that.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I have guns in my home, of course.
Yeah, and the thing is, hostage situation is, that's a situation where you're not going to shoot, but you being blind could be a target of an assault. It's like people in wheelchairs are going to be targets of assault, and just because people look at you and say, well, this is an easy mark.
Yes.
There you go. All right.
That's possible.
Very interesting report. I appreciate that, Charlie. You take care of yourself. You be safe out there. Let's go grab Bill in Reno, Nevada on 3. Hey, Bill, you're in. Pistol grips on Benellis and Berettas. Talk to me.
Yeah. Not so much pistol grip, but I was up in Washington hunting sea ducks, and the guide and the owner had a Benelli, and it was kind of rusted up and shut up, and my Winchester XX3 performed admirably. My point is, the guy that was wanting a pistol grip Beretta or a Benelli, he would do well. He would do well to look at Legacy International. They have 3 models with pistol grips, and they are very affordable.
And these are semi-autos.
Absolutely.
Okay, very cool. I was just doing a real quick check when he said he'd been looking at Benelli and Beretta. I said, okay, well, you can't go wrong there. But yeah, you're opening up some other possibilities. And Legacy International, I'm trying to remember, I think those might be Turkish. Is that What you know?
The one, they have an AR-looking 12 gauge.
Right.
That's interesting. I've not looked into that. But the other two are one's a pistol grip and one is a regular grip shotguns, and they're very, very affordable. And you know, I have an old 1100 that I keep under my bed, and it works perfectly. So you know, you don't need to get into a $3,000 shotgun to protect yourself.
No, you don't, and I appreciate that. Good information. I mean, it's one of the reasons I've got an older Remington 870 Express. There is nothing in the world fancy about it, but by golly, it just flat works. And when it comes to a self-defense gun, that's number one. First thing, it's got to work. So you can get in at a $200, $250 level. You can spend, as you said, $2,500 bucks. I don't think you need to do that on your home defense shotgun. Although it is fun to have nice guns. Here's a thought for you. As you head into the new year, maybe one of the promises is to buy yourself one really nice gun. If you could do that, what would it be?
Streaming only on Peacock.
John Wayne Gacy killed 32.
Straight from the killer's mouth.
They want you to believe that I alone committed these murders.
The new gripping 6-part documentary series, John Wayne Gacy, Devil in Disguise. All episodes streaming now, only on Peacock.
Every year, compliance regulations change thousands of times. And every year, ADP makes thousands of seamless platform updates so businesses can focus on everything else, like running their business. Grow stronger with ADP. HR, talent, time, and payroll.
1017 FM and 710 Keel.
Hey, this is Senator Bill Cassidy. A real shout out to my friends Robert and Aaron at Keel, who bring that which is important locally and nationally to the Shreveport-Bossier area.
We are Keel. 1017 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com.
Sustainability is a critical issue, and on the new Sustainably Speaking podcast, we'll talk with trailblazing leaders who champion solutions to ensure a more sustainable and low-carbon future. Subscribe today and don't miss this limited episode podcast.
Shop Mattress Firm's year-end sale and put an end to junk sleep. Save up to $500 when you get a king bed for the price of a queen or queen for a twin. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase up to a $4.99 value. Or shop top-selling brands and get up to 50% off select mattresses, like Sealy twin mattresses starting at $224.99 or Serta twin mattresses at $349.99. And shop with confidence thanks to our low price guarantee. Only at Mattress Firm. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
En estas fiestas, regálate más confianza.
Mira lo bien que se ve él.
¿Cómo quisiera haber hecho esto antes? Algo rejuvenecedor. Bellísima.
Wow, se te ve increíble.
Si me viera mi ex.
Algo que te transforme. Wow, me siento de maravilla.
Se te ve más joven.
Algo milagroso. Fabulosa.
Este es el mejor regalo.
Regálate una consulta en Hair Club y obtén un 20% de descuento en tu primer solución personalizada para el cabello. Haz una cita online en hairclub.com/regálate o llama al 1-844-794-HAIR. hairclub.com/regálate o marca 1-844-794-HAIR. Visita el website para más detalles. Hair Club. Ama tu cabello. Vive tu vida.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
Sean Hannity. He's right on target and not afraid to tell you all the secrets. Weekdays from 2 to 5 on 1017 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. KeelNews.com. Get news, weather, traffic, right here. Breaking news and trending talk is on 1017 FM and 710 Keel. Don't miss Moon. Weekdays 9 to 11 on 1017 FM and 710 Keel.
All right, if you want to be part of the after show, now's a good time to call. Give us a holler, 866-TALK-GUN. Larry and Tony, we're going to drift you right back into the after show, so you just hold on. Be patient, if you would, please. Jim was just saying he'd like to get a lever-action shotgun. Be kind of cool. They used to use those a good bit in the... I don't know if the cowboy action shooting is as big as it used to be, but I know that was one of the things you could do, and you can certainly find lever-action shotguns. People would say, why would you want that? I don't know, just because it's fun. That's kind of a good enough reason, really, isn't it? It's just fun. As we kind of head into this new year, I was thinking about, taking your old guns out, the guns that you got handed down, that you inherited, whatever. Take them out, do a little shooting with them. Also, maybe this is a year you say, I've always wanted a whatever it is. And look, I understand, no one has unlimited dollars. But if you can, and if you said, this would really make me happy, or I could sell a few guns and buy this one that I've always wanted, whether it's a little higher end shotgun or a really nice revolver or whatever it happens to be. Might be time to do that as well. Also, just a thought, random thoughts here, spinning around in my head. As far as becoming a Second Amendment activist, one of the things you could do, I have two quick thoughts. One would be to add gun rights groups to your will so that they get some dollars out of that. The other is, and I just came up with this one, call it one for the second. Kind of a 1% of your income each year going toward the Second Amendment. So if you're $60,000 salary income, you spend $600 on Second Amendment activism. Now some are going to say, well, that's way too much. I don't know. You got to figure out what it is for you. I mean, churches ask 10%. What's your level of commitment? And only you could figure that out. There's no right, there's no wrong. But what's your level of commitment? If you say, well, yeah, I mean, what else would you spend dollars on? Ultimately, what you spend your time and your money on tells the world what you think is important. Words are just words. It's what you spend your time and your money on. Family, certainly. Your church, if that's important to you, certainly. If the Second Amendment and protecting gun rights is important to you, then it's time and money. That's the currency. I mean, we have the currency of money, but the currency of time is actually even more important. And getting involved, showing up, joining your state gun rights groups, being a part of all of that as you look into the new year and say, yeah, we do this whole, what am I going to do this year? How am I going to be different? How am I going to do better? Maybe this is something that people would want to do. I don't know, just an idea that hit me, the 1% for the Second Amendment. Where would you put it? Well, I certainly would suggest the Second Amendment Foundation. Firearms Policy Coalition also is very good. Those would be the two at the top of my list. Not so much NRA anymore. I honestly don't know if we're going to make it to the end of 2022 with the NRA actually in existence. I think that's maybe the year. We'll see. We'll keep covering that. Hey, if you want to talk about this, want to talk about guns, want to talk about self-defense, and we can do that during the after show. Give me a call right now, 866-TALK-GUN. Otherwise, Happy New Year. You be safe out there. And no shooting guns in the air. It's a basic of physics. What goes up will come down, and you are responsible, remember. Fourth rule, right? You are responsible for everything that bullet does. So no shooting guns in the air for New Year's, okay? We're not going to be those people. Be safe out there. Exercise caution. Use good judgment. And make a commitment. You know what? This next year is a year to buy good guns, get good training, and introduce some people to shooting. We'll see you on the backside next year.
Things I thought could never happen. Me in a punk band?
What? We Are Lady Parts, a new original comedy streaming only on Peacock.
A confused mix of hash anthems and sour girl power. Syra, vocals. Aisha, drummer. Bisma, bassist. Mumtaz, band manager. And me, Amina, lead guitar.
You were really good until you puked all over the front row.
Ew. We Are Lady Parts. All episodes streaming now. Only on Peacock.
To find out what's happening in the area, no one is better than Robert and Aaron each morning.
Start your day with Robert and Aaron in the morning. Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. Breaking news and trending talk. 101.7 FM and 710 Keel. KEEL Shreveport, a Town Square media station.
They saw these disruptions coming. I'm Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News. Hundreds of flights have been canceled this holiday weekend, with airlines citing COVID as a major reason. Delta and United led the way in domestic cancellations.
775 flights between Christmas Day and today, in large part due to staffing shortages. Delta saying in a statement, quote, a combination of issues, including but not limited to inclement weather in some areas of the country and the impact of the Omicron variant, are driving cancellations and potential delays.
Fox's Charles Watson. Some airline CEOs had asked if the CDC guidance on quarantine time could be cut to 5 days for some who test positive, foreseeing these staffing shortages. As for the inclement weather part of those flight delays, that's not been the case for much of the country, which has seen unseasonably warm weather this holiday. Dallas broke a Christmas Day heat record with temperatures just over 80 degrees.
Things are really looking pretty good, especially across mostly the eastern half of the country. The warm temperatures are back with us. I think they're going to remain that way for a good part of this coming week. They're going to be looking really good. We're going to be breaking all kinds of record temperatures, so this heat just kind of sticks with us around for the next number of days. All of our action was really out across the west, even across Southern California getting rain. We have snow warnings in effect across the mountains of Southern California outside of Los Angeles as well.
Fox News meteorologist Rick Reichmuth. A 70-mile stretch of Interstate 80 was closed in Northern California due to heavy snow, with what National Weather Service forecasters called an astonishing additional 2 to 5 feet of snow in the Sierra Nevadas expected through Tuesday, forecasting that these storms will soon become disruptive in the upper Midwest. Inflation, supply chain issues, and COVID, none of it stopped us from buying gifts, at least according to MasterCard's Spending Pulse, which tracks payments. Their report from November 1st through December 24th, there was an 8.5% increase in spending over last year, driven by clothing and jewelry purchases. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Russia's President Vladimir Putin said Sunday that if Western countries don't meet their demands set forth in a sweeping security proposal this month, that he will consider a number of options, that they will be diverse options, and he will see what his military experts submit. Among the demands, that NATO never offer Ukraine membership, and that NATO forces stop activity in Eastern European countries. NATO and the U.S. have rejected this. But Putin said there are plans to talk with the U.S. and with NATO next month in Geneva. In a pre-taped interview that aired on Face the Nation today, Vice President Kamala Harris was asked about the tension.
We are working with our allies in that regard, and we've been very clear that we are prepared to issue sanctions like you've not seen before.
This as Russia removed some troops from the border of Ukraine as well as from Crimea, though reports are it's a very small number. More than 30 people, including women and children, have been killed while fleeing in eastern Myanmar, where the military has pushed out the elected government. Images of their burned bodies have spread across the country on social media. Humanitarian aid group Save the Children says 2 of its staffers who were in the area are missing following the violence. And this Christmas weekend, aside from his usual holiday blessings, the Pope had some specific advice for married couples.
Pope Francis encouraging married couples in a letter, telling them please, thanks, and sorry are the 3 words the couples need to remember. In the letter, Francis talked about how forced togetherness during the pandemic has tested the patience of parents and siblings alike, and in some cases led to difficulties. The letter comes halfway through a year-long celebration of the family announced by the Holy Father in 2021 that is due to conclude in June with a big rally in Rome. He reminded parents that the breakup of a marriage is particularly hard on children and urged parents to keep seeking help to try to overcome conflicts, including through prayer, and went on to say that after every argument, not to let the day end without making peace. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal, and this is Fox News.
Partly to mostly cloudy on this Sunday with winds out of the south. The high should warm up to 78 degrees. It will be cloudy overnight with a low dropping down to 68. And even warmer Monday tomorrow. Partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 79 degrees. But a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Tuesday with a high in the upper 70s. Some more wet weather into Wednesday. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
If it's what people are talking about in Shreveport-Bossier, you can bet they heard us talking about it first. The place for breaking news and trending talk is 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
And.com.
Mark Levin, weeknights on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel.
Welcome into Tomorrow with Dave Graveline, the interactive radio network program with the latest in high-tech products and services and the experts who bring them to you. This is Into Tomorrow. Here's Dave Graveline.
On this Merry Christmas weekend, this is Into Tomorrow, our 26th year on the air, soon to be 27, a couple of weeks. This for the weekend, though, of Friday, December 24th. That's Christmas Eve day. We always use the Friday dates, Christmas being on Saturday this year. Thank you for tuning in to Tomorrow. I'm Dave Graveline.
I'm Chris Graveline. So by the time you're hearing this, Santa has been here. Hopefully.
Most likely. Yeah, well, some people are very keen on snagging our free podcasts, which always get posted Friday nights. So it could be Christmas Eve right before Christmas Day, midnight, and people might already have, not seen Santa yet. Or
I think Santa's
not
texting
seen
me
them.
right now.
Yeah, I think so too. Go to that popular vibrate mode for crying out loud. Yes. We're busy in the studio.
But if you're hearing this after Santa visited, hopefully he was good to you and brought you all the tech you wanted.
Exactly. And what tech did you get from Santa? We're curious, so let us know any number of ways that are easy for you to participate.
You could call. Some phones actually do that still.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can call 800-899-INTO.
Anytime, by the way, 24/7.
800-899.
Go ahead.
4686.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. And it's toll-free from anywhere in North America.
You could also use the free Into Tomorrow app.
Anytime, 24/7.
It's free and it won't cost you anything. There's no charge.
I think we've established
There's
that.
a message to studio button. I think it's all the eggnog.
Yeah, it could be.
Or
right before today's show, we both got boosted.
Yeah, that could be it too.
So maybe we're just squirrely.
What did they put in that syringe?
I hope Pfizer in my case and Moderna in yours. I don't know. But yeah, I think I would blame the eggnog more. Yeah.
Or you could stop by intotomorrow.com and click on that. This is going to be a fun show.
Isn't it though? You've got to hear the whole show. It's going to be interesting.
Intotomorrow.com and click on that Ask Dave microphone there.
There you go. And we're coming to you from the Dexcom G6 studios. The future of diabetes management is here. Be sure to visit DEXCOM, Dexcom.com for more. Tech news and commentary before we jump to calls. Don in LaBelle, Florida, standing by, among others.
Yeah. And if everything goes well, in just a few weeks, we'll be coming to you from Vegas.
Well, okay. As of our taping,
asterisk,
asterisk,
italics,
footnote, whatever. CES 2022 has begun to fall apart as many exhibitors, big ones like T-Mobile, Amazon, many others like
Meta, Twitter, Pinterest, iHeartRadio.
Wow. And Meta, of course, / Facebook. A bunch of others bailing on being in person in Vegas. Same with many of our fellow tech journalists that we've been hearing from. They're not going.
The Verge and CNN have begun to cancel their plans to cover it in person.
Well, The Verge, they're just an online thing anyway. CNN, nobody watches, so there's no big problem there. But a lot of people, and again, as of our taping, it's still on. Subject to change. Watch as soon as we finish the show and have to go back and change things. But maybe not.
And T-Mobile even canceled their keynote. The CEO of T-Mobile is going to do a keynote. They said he will not do a keynote in person or virtual.
And that's a little odd because by now I'm sure he's prepared his keynote. You think he would have done a virtual thing at least?
T-Mobile, from what I understand, was one of the big sponsors of the show. So they may have been uninvited if they decided to pull out of the show. Knowing CTA and the people that we've dealt with in the past, they may have just gotten upset at T-Mobile and uninvited him for his keynote.
That actually sounds like a Gary Shapiro thing. It's like, oh, really? Well, then the heck with you. You know, you can't quit. You're fired, kind of thing. So stay tuned, stand by. Of course, if anything changes, be sure to visit us at intotomorrow.com. We'll have a big splash on our main page. But either way, we have already lined up a gazillion interviews with a bunch of companies that are introducing cool new products. And we've promised them, in person or not, we will then still do Zoom video interviews so that they can introduce their new products into tomorrow.
And there's some companies that are saying they'll still be there. LG says, quote, unless CTA says otherwise, it's still on board. LG, of course, won't have a traditional booth, though. It said it's going to be making use of QR codes and augmented reality to show off their products.
How stupid! But then that's so typical of Lucky Goldstein. It doesn't stand for Life's Good, by the way. LG is Lucky Goldstein. They're just going to put QR codes around what would have been their booth, which they could do online, and then some virtual reality to show you product. Like what? Walk around a television? I mean, come on. So they might as well bail like these other companies.
AMD and Samsung are still planning a limited presence. NVIDIA will have a virtual-only keynote, and Qualcomm, OnePlus, and HTC still plan to attend right now.
At the moment.
Sony, Samsung, and Google are all listed as, quote, monitoring local conditions.
Oh, wow.
So they're still iffy. And and I've seen some other journalists say that those three are kind of the big ones. Sony, Samsung, and Google. If they pull out, they figure that's the end of the show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, first of all, if not, and if it's just the ones so far that have pulled out, then we're going to have elbow room like we've never had before to walk up and down the aisles. Probably the first day is going to be like the last day, where most people have already left.
Well, as of earlier this week, Google had boots on the ground building their booth there already.
But who knows? And of course, it's all having to do with how quickly this Omicron variant has spread. And up until I believe it was just the other day, there had been no deaths. Finally, I believe one man died allegedly of the Omicron COVID-19 variant. But otherwise, it's mostly either asymptomatic or not a big deal for most people, fortunately. Like you have kind of a cold symptom, or symptoms of a cold, whatever. So let's see what happens, right? In the meantime, we want to remind you, as we always do, to be sure and back up your important data regularly. And check your spam filters frequently, not just for anything that might come from graveline.com, that's us, and our prize team if you've participated on the program or sent us a holiday message or any number of things, but because you're going to find probably Christmas cards from family that got stuck, or holiday greetings of any sort from anyone that you might have wanted to see that might be sitting in your spam filter.
Especially that long-lost relative in South Africa that just needs your bank account information to send you the $9 million
that you inherited. Because you don't want to miss those kind of things. No, leave those in spam. Well, don't listen to Chris. Anyway, Don in LaBelle, Florida, welcome into tomorrow. He listens online. We're delighted to have him.
Wondered if you could review some wearable devices that measure your heart and your heartbeat and see if some of those might be recommended for folks in my age group, a senior, that might want to check out their heart from time to time and see how healthy it may be.
Well, Don, you mentioned your heart and heartbeat. So if you want more than just your heart rate, you basically have two FDA-approved options, the Apple Watch and the Samsung Watch. Chris and I each wear Samsung watches, and I had a little hospital stay recently because my heart rate went skyrocketing. They still don't know why, but tachycardia, whatever. And it was because I was able to see it on my smartwatch.
Well, the doctor said it could be stress, and you do work with me every day, so...
Yeah, well, that's true. And I say, but I don't get stress, I give it.
That's for sure.
And the doctor said, well, then it's not that. But both are FDA approved. You both can do basic EKG. Both will display it on compatible paired devices. Both make it a point to say that they don't detect heart attacks, of course.
Yeah, now, the EKG will likely mean fairly little to you, but if you know you have an issue, then it can give you something to immediately forward to your doctor. If you're just interested in your heart rate, then your options are pretty much limitless. You can look at established devices from a Fitbit, now keep in mind that they've had quality issues through the years, especially around their bands, to just about any Wear OS smartwatch, to serious exercise watches from brands like Garmin and Polar. Now, true exercise watches were tracking heart rate before anyone else, and they generally have very reliable sensors, but they can be bulky, as they often have larger screens to make them more easily visible during exercise.
Now, in terms of pricing, Don, you're looking at anything from under $50 for totally generic, no-brand fitness trackers to prices in the thousands for very serious exercise watches and high-end smartwatches like the Apple and Samsung watches that we first mentioned. So let us know what you go with. You do have a plethora of things to choose from. Stay tuned. IntoTomorrow.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Are you getting all the benefits you need? If you have Medicare, you may now be able to get new benefits. Benefits may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym membership, meal delivery, and hearing aids with low copay. To find out which benefits you qualify for and to find out if you're getting the benefits that you deserve, you need to call Best Medcare. Our licensed insurance agents can look up your current benefits and tell you what additional benefits are available to you. It's easy, just one call. Tell us the deductibles you prefer, the doctors you want to see, and if you want prescription drug coverage. The service is free and you have no obligation. You may even find plans with 0 monthly plan premiums, 0 copays on many services, and 0 deductibles. You deserve every medical care coverage benefit out there, and we'll help you get them. Call 800-901-5093. That's 800-901-5093. 800-901-5093. And let Best Medcare do the work for you.
Nothing is more important than protecting your family and property. That's why you should make a free call right now to Vivint, the #1 smart home services provider in the U.S. Vivint will make your home safer and more secure with a state-of-the-art system that's so simple to use. Vivint smart home specialists provide award-winning monitoring of your system 24/7, 365 to respond to any emergency, even when you can't. And with the 4.5-star rated Vivint smart home mobile app, control your entire house from anywhere. Locks, cameras, security system, all at your fingertips on your mobile device. Call Vivint now and get a free quote, professional installation, and full smart home service for as little as $2 per day. Equipment purchase or service agreement required. Conditions apply. Call now. A smart home is a safer home, so protect your family and your property, home or business, with a Vivint smart home system.
Call 800-689-3005. 800-689-3005. That's 800-689-3005. 800-689-3005.
Thousands of people contact InventHelp monthly about their invention or new product. Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Call InventHelp now. Best of all, the call and information are free. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential, explaining every step of the invention process. We create professional materials and submit them to companies who are looking for new ideas in your category. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review new ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We offer 3D modeling and animation, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to present client ideas to additional companies. Join people just like you who made the call to InventHelp. You have nothing to lose.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
Welcome back into tomorrow. Dave Graveline with you, bringing you further into tomorrow, as we have been doing for 26 years now, talking about the latest in consumer tech, products and services, gadgets and gizmos, All sorts of things available today and into tomorrow. Visit intotomorrow.com and check out all the videos of all the interviews, as well as Chris's This Week in Tech History that is also presented as a video each and every week. But most importantly, I want to remind you that you make the broadcast. Your participation is what Into Tomorrow is all about. And when you're listening on the radio, you don't have to wait till you hear the show next time. You can call in anytime, 24/7, or perhaps you're listening on our podcast or on our 24/7 stream, whatever the case. Join us at your convenience. And some easy ways to do that, the easiest these days, a lot of folks taking advantage of, on any device with a browser and a microphone. So your laptop, your tablet, your smartphone, your desktop. You can visit intotomorrow.com, and on the lower right there, if all goes well and the internet gods are with us, you should see a little red microphone that says Ask Dave. You can use that anytime, again, 24/7, to participate and join us, and you sound good like you're right here in the studio with us. If you've listened to our show for the last few years, especially around the holidays, all kinds of holidays, you've heard us talk about the company that our next guest is with. They create decorations, digital decorations, that empower people to decorate in bold and creative ways. And it's always been a lot of fun. The Director of Marketing and Communications with a company called Atmos FX is Michael Gills. Michael, welcome Into Tomorrow. How are you, sir?
Nice to see you again, Dave. I'm doing great. It's a little cold up here in Seattle. I imagine you're not facing that where you're at.
Oh, that's true. You're kind of diagonally north of us, quite a bit, from our Miami studios. Exactly.
Yes.
And we do have a cold front coming, though, for our Christmas weekend. So we're looking forward to that. I think the temps are going to be in the upper 60s. That's cold for us. So we're all excited. It won't quite be a white Christmas, but it's going to be nice and cold. But talk to me first a little bit about the company Atmos FX. Does it stand for anything? And if so, what? I'm going to guess, being in broadcasting, FX might have to do with special effects. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But tell me about Atmos FX.
Absolutely. So Atmos FX has been around for about 11 years now. It was started by our two founders, Pete Reichert and Pete Williams. They are friends. They met each other while they were working at MTV Studios. They worked on a variety of different shows there, but they really discovered that they had a mutual love of holidays and decorating, especially for Halloween. So they started a side project where they started doing these high-end custom animations for businesses. Some of our decorations early on even appeared in Seattle Seahawks games.
Oh, nice.
But then they hit on the idea of, what if we could make this easy for people to be able to use these high-level, Hollywood-level special effects at home? And that's where Atmos FX came about. And so we create these custom animations, as you said, digital decorations that you can project into the window of your house, onto the wall, play them on a TV, play them on a tablet. It'll look like there's ghosts floating through your windows for Halloween, Santa sneaking around in the living room, putting presents for the children, the Easter Bunny, dinosaurs, and so much more. And we love it. We love helping people decorate for the holidays. We think people should celebrate all the important moments in their life, especially these last couple of years.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what a great way to bring family and friends and neighbors together, even if it's just because they, as they do here, outside our studio window, and they gather in, like, the driveway, and we're playing Atmos FX all night, every night. And we've got on security cameras so many videos of families, kids, people on bicycles, people sticking their heads out of the car window because they've stopped and they're seeing what we're displaying in the window. And we do it, of course, for Halloween. We do it, obviously, this time of year for Christmas. We'll even continue it through New Year's with some of the fireworks effects and all kinds of fun stuff. And that reminds me, what on earth is hanging on the wall behind you? You mentioned Halloween and special effects and Hollywood-style things. This looks like it's a cut-off arm of some sort.
Oh,
it is.
That was. We asked someone for a hand.
Oh,
so that's what they.
But I'm bummed. Yeah, where's a rim shot when we need it? Holy God! But your jobs must be awesome, because not only are you doing these incredible Hollywood special effects kinds of things, but you really are making holidays magical. You're making it fun, not only for the kids, but for kids of all ages. We're loving the stuff, you know, that we put up, we do through the window here at the studio for Halloween, for, you know, for certainly for the Christmas season, by all means. And you've got everything from Santa working in the workshop with the elves to now some of the new ones we've noticed are the singing snowman. And those are awesome.
Thank you. Yes. Quite frankly, it's so much fun to be able to work and support products for people that empower them to have a good time. So many other companies are trying to sell you a product because they tell you that it's important or it'll make you cool. We just want you to have fun. And so our digital decorations or the projectors or the special props that we make to help support digital decorating, really, we listen to our fans. We run surveys every year to hear what they're looking for. And we just want to help the fans celebrate their holidays, special occasions, and just have a good time and make their house the fun place in the neighborhood.
And though we're not trying to do one-upsmanship, but come on, you do when you use the Atmos FX. But we've had neighboring businesses and homes even in the area that say, gee, all I have is I'm projecting some snowflakes on the front of the building. Or we've got a couple of inflatables, but holy cow, what's going on inside that room that looks like it's Santa's workshop and so forth? And that's the idea, is that you really are letting people enjoy that kind of creativity and saying, look how much fun is going on, even though it's just being projected through the window. But I love how you also mentioned, Michael, that you can also show it on a large screen TV. You can put it on a tablet, a computer screen. So if you don't have the ability to project or you don't have a projector, we'll talk about ViewSonic and a good partnership you guys have with them these days too. But you can even put a window or put a TV in your window and get the same effect. And people are going to just stop and stare. I saw kids the other night dancing. Must have been at the time the singing snowman again, but they were dancing in the front, and I thought, what great joy we get in knowing we're giving them some fun and joy through the holiday season.
Absolutely. When the company first started out, we were experimenting a little more with some darker Halloween, things were a little scarier, maybe a little bit of blood. And while there's definitely some fans that like that for the Halloween season, we've really found that the family-friendly decorations have really been taking off these last few years, whether it's for Halloween or whether it's for Christmas. Family and friends projecting on their houses, neighbors stopping by, the kids singing and dancing along with whether it's dancing monsters for Halloween or the singing snowman or the Christmas carolers. And one of the other things we really love about digital decorating is how convenient it is too. The 12-foot tall skeletons that we all saw at Home Depot this year, those are great, right? Oh, yeah. Where do you store that?
Exactly.
How much of your garage is taken up with the 12-foot skeleton you're trying to put it sideways? Whereas digital decorating, we have hundreds of different decorations. We're coming out with new ones every year. And you can choose which ones you want to play. And all you need is, whether it's a projector, your cell phone, a tablet, a television, and digital doesn't take up any space. And it also doesn't require shipping costs either. So all of our decorations are also available for instant digital download from our website. So it adds a lot of convenience. And more than that, we think it just lets people be the creative folks they want to be over the holiday. So
and you talk about storage, you're storing the digital decorations on a USB thumb drive, so it's not a problem. Yeah. Put it in the drawer until the next holiday.
Yeah, keep it on your computer. You can re-download them from the cloud. It's super convenient.
Yeah. We're going to interrupt our discussion with Michael Gills for just a couple of minutes as we pay a couple of our bills. Michael, the Director of Marketing and Communications for AtmosFX.com. We'll get you there, and if you've yet to see the video, be sure to do so maybe on this commercial break. Come on over to intotomorrow.com and check out the video of this interview. I'm Dave Graveline. Stay tuned, much more right after this.
Sean Hannity, weekdays from 2 to 5 on 101.7 FM and 710 Keel for breaking news and trending talk.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
1017 FM and 710 Keel.
This is Senator Barrow Peacock, and I have to tell you, Robert and Aaron do a great job keeping our local community informed about what's going on, not only locally, but also what's in Baton Rouge.
We are Keel. 1017 FM and 710 Keel.
Streaming only on Peacock.
John Wayne Gacy is suspected of having killed as many as 32.
Straight from the killer's mouth.
They want you to believe that I alone committed these murders.
The new gripping 6-part documentary series that investigates the crimes that shocked the nation.
The thing everybody thought they knew wasn't the whole story.
John Wayne Gacy, Devil in Disguise. All episodes streaming now.
Devil in Disguise.
Only on Peacock.
American warfighters go into battle. If all goes well, they'll come home. But not everyone makes it all the way home. Many come home with traumatic injuries. It's estimated that over 500,000 current warfighters will return from service diagnosed with PTSD. For over 45 years, Help Heal Veterans, a not-for-profit organization, has crafted a way to help returning veterans create their way back. Help Heal Veterans, with the support of citizens like you, creates, manufactures, and distributes therapeutic art and crafts projects for our veterans and military at no charge to them. Since World War I, doctors and occupational therapists report that building things helps improve gross motor skills, improve memory, alleviates anger issues, and helps rebuild confidence and self-esteem. Help us heal vets. To volunteer or learn more, visit healvets.org. Help a veteran. Visit healvets.org.
He's the Cajun Rush Limbaugh. He's Moon Griffon, and we have him weekdays from 9 to 11 on 1017 FM and 710 Keel. KeelNews.com. KeelNews.com. Moon Griffon, weekdays from 9 to 11 on 1017 FM and 710 Keel. For breaking news and trending talk. Mark Levin, weeknights on 1017 FM and 710 Keel.
I'm Dave Graveline, welcoming you back into tomorrow. Be sure to catch the video, especially of this interview, but of all the radio segments that we do, we've been trying to do video with certainly most of them, so you can not only see the guests, but see the products. In this particular interview, you have to see these digital decorations we're talking about because they're very, very cool. And I am chatting with the Director of Marketing and Communications from Atmos FX, Michael Gills. Now, we did talk about the ability to show them on many different platforms, if you will, a TV, a tablet, a computer screen, whatever. But projecting, at least in our experience, has been kind of, I think, extra special. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just the overall movement or being able to truly fill the window up and not look like it's a TV in front of it. And mind you, these are not just for the window, for everyone watching, especially watching the video as we're making the holidays magical. You can just play them on the big screen in your living room instead of the old, you know, my son Chris would, for many years, used to just play a fireplace. Well, because we don't have those here in Miami. So he would put that on the TV. Well, now he puts the Atmos digital, holiday digital effects and digital decorations on the TV. So in the living room as everyone's opening gifts, it's Santa and the elves doing their thing. And so it just makes it so much more fun than just the logs burning and then we're all like suddenly warm, you know, here in Miami. That's not right. But projecting is a great way to get the message out, especially on these windows or a wall. So tell me about the partnership with ViewSonic and their cool projectors.
Yes, absolutely. So once we started developing digital decorations, and as you said, projection gives you sort of the most flexibility. Besides playing in your window, you can play it on a wall, you can projection map on the outside of your house. There's all sorts of different levels. We realized that we wanted to make it really convenient for a new customer to come in, so we created our digital decorating kits. And in the past, we used to produce our own projectors, which is a lot of work. And very challenging, and it's not really our area of expertise. So the last couple of years, we partnered with ViewSonic, and instead of us trying to develop our own projectors, we worked with them and found great projectors that they've developed. In this case, the M1 Plus. It's a great short throw projector. It's battery operated, has Bluetooth. You can connect to your cell phone to it. It's an amazing projector just to use to watch movies or television, but it also works really well for digital decorating. And so ViewSonic's been very happy as a partner with us, so much so that they've started putting some of our decorations on some of their projectors as well. Nice. So that other fans of ViewSonic can discover the fun of digital decorating. One of the things that they really like, maybe I shouldn't tell you, but this is a secret, that once folks get into digital decorating, the ones that really love it, they'll often want 2, 3, or 4 or 5 projectors that they can have different decorations all throughout the house, and the windows and the walls. And so ViewSonic says, oh, it's a way to get people to buy more than one projector.